All right. How about now, Pepe? How about now? You guys can hear me now in YouTube? I don't know. Somebody said about adding an audio card. Can you hear me now? Doesn't look like it. Yes? Okay. You guys can hear me now? Okay. I see that audio card. Okay. Thank you, Steve. I didn't realize you had to do that also in so long. Okay, guys. So I think in YouTube, you guys can. All right. Guys can hear me now. Fantastic. Okay. Now I know what to do tomorrow without a hitch. All right, guys. In both rooms now. You guys should hear me in both rooms. Okay, so let me keep going here. So, yeah, so Serepta guys, some of these. So we have an Oppenheimer, J.P. Morgan, Morgan Stanley, Piper Sandler, kind of weighing in on Serepta, and after J.P. Morgan and Oppenheimer and several other firms upgraded and raised their respective price targets. That is for Serepta. So that's a big move for Serepta. Now it is right at 1922 is the high, looking left on the daily chart. So that is the high looking left. If it can take through that, in fact, after hours, in fact, they must have done all this after hours. When I say they, the analysts, they did this after hours, came up with their pronouncements, and $24 they got up to after hours yesterday. So the next high is 23 on the daily chart. So if it starts to approach that after hours high, we could get another little run in Sarepta. SOAR is soaring a little bit here. Yeah, SOAR. So they have signed a definitive agreement to acquire M2I Global. Now, remember, there are a lot of earnings plays. When the market opens, I'm going to see a lot more. But look how full this is already. When the market opens, this will be completely full. I have a 32-inch 4K monitor, and I would not be able to fit them all on. Let's take a look at a couple here. Whirlpool, guys, WHR Whirlpool is down 14%. Not a big float either. 53 million in the float. Not a big float for an expensive stock. That is a big gap down. On the weekly chart, it looks like it's maybe coming into a support area. SWK, I'm just picking up some of these ones that most of us are probably familiar with. Stanley Black and Decker, another earnings play. PayPal, PYPL, another earnings play, gapping down on earnings. Now, Stellantis, I guess that's what I thought it was an earnings play yesterday, but it is not. It was not. This is gapping down on earnings also. Western Union, just picking out some of the companies that we most of us have heard of. Look at Sofi, guys. SOFI. Well, that's a nice move for Sofi. I mean, this reminds me a little bit. Not, I know it's not the same sector at all. But Palantir. I mean, remember Sofi was just being completely like beaten up. Look at a monthly chart for Sofi. I mean, this was down at what month is this? This is May of 2023, so a little over 2 years ago. This was a $4 stock, maybe even lower at some point. Yeah, like a $4 stock. So we're now at $23. That's why, yeah, you guys in YouTube. That's why you can have me on both audios. But how is the sound quality? I mean, that's the reason we're doing it, really. Okay, perfect. Okay, well, that's the reason we're really doing it also. Sound quality is perfect now in both, well, in the main room. Excellent. Good to know. Seco, CECO, this is up 14%. Not a lot of volume yet. Another earnings play. Anything else? JetBlue, modest run. AstraZeneca, AZN, it's only up 2%. Okay, when the market opens, I'll be paying a little more attention to the. That's amazing. Sorry, guys. You guys are telling me my sound quality is the best. It's just because I started a YouTube feed. That's weird. That is weird. Give me a moment. I have something like that, George. It's called the compare. What is it called? It's called the compare earnings play. Something to that effect. I think I still have it. But you could always go to our earnings channel. Okay, so George and anybody else, we do have an earnings channel. If you click on new and then doc channel bar, and then sure they didn't take that out. Earnings. There you are. There's an earnings channel right there. Okay, right there. You just have to click on the more and to expand the channel bar. Okay. So let's keep going here, guys. What else have we? This AMK. Yeah, this is also an earnings play. Okay, AMKR. So this is an earnings play also. You get to my daily chart to see where it could go. So through the 200-day moving average, I'm going to have to get back to my weekly chart. Where's the next high? So the next high looks like, now that looks like pretty good resistance right around 25. So it's at 24.08 right now. Look left, and there are a couple of highs, weekly highs right at 25. There's not a ton of room, not a ton of room. Yeah, so this is an ETF of probably, yeah. So if you think Sofi, SOFI, is going to continue its move up, this is an ETF designed specifically for Sofi, SOFI. SOFX is it. You'll get double the move, okay? But remember, if Sofi drops 1%, this will drop 2%. If you can buy this though, is the yeah, no, it's pretty good volume, not bad. NTHI. Okay, this is still ripping here, guys. I thought it might have pulled back already. NTHI, NTHI is on the move here. I don't think I've seen this one before. Low float, a lot of volume, 1.8 million. Signs an agreement for $50 million partnership with a Quasar investment. Don't know them, but Quasar to acquire 1.4 million shares at $25 a share. At what? What? I'm going to have to say it again. What? I mean, yeah, yeah, it is a fairly recent IPO, but so wait a minute. So these guys, Quasar, must have already have a stake in them. They're going to acquire 1.4 million shares at $25 a share. I mean, this is $6 stock right now. I'm missing something here. I am missing something, obviously. So do we have any financial analysts in the room, either room? Because I don't get it. The remaining $15 million earmarked for phase 2B trials and infrastructure build out. There's just something looks great. Maybe it was 2.5, maybe at $2.50. Did they misplace a decimal? Well, until proven otherwise, that's what the press release says. Well, keep an eye on it, guys. For you, FinFan forever. I guess it sounds the same. You've never had a problem. Did they actually? So they also removed the medical hold for Serepta. Okay, let me bring up Serepta again then. Where do you see that? I'm just looking at my headline. Oops, I got the wrong stock. Give me one moment. Okay, Serepta, where do you see that news? I'm just looking at some of my headlines. Okay, don't see Cantor Fitzgerald. I see all the analysts. And maybe it happened after hours. Probably with that pop, it probably happened after hours. Let me see if I can find this. Boy, there are a lot of analysts charging into them now. If I can go back. There you go. Okay. Serepta jumps 48% to 2051 after the FDA lifts the Elevitus hold for some patients. Okay. Good catch. Good catch. Oh, I know, JJ. I was not, believe me, I was not disputing you or anything, but I just wanted to be able to display it for everybody also. So, yeah, that happened after hours yesterday. And so that was the reason for the big pop. And now, of course, all the analysts, many analysts piling into them. Yeah, no, I am. I wonder if we had it. Yeah, that's it. Steve, I don't know if you're listening, but that's I understand why our news doesn't pick up the previous day's news. I mean, I understand why we're not instant in the morning, but I don't understand we're not picking up anything. We have to revamp it. We used to. We used to. I used to be able to. That's why I like our news, just to look at previous days. But anyway, okay. Thank you for that, JJ, for posting that news about this director. So it's not just about a bunch of analysts. Boy, you can see that if somehow might not happen today, though I think pre-market it did get up, or after hours yesterday it did get to that level. But you can see that if it can take out this 20, 2286, 2286, because there are a couple of weekly highs right there, and it did do that after hours yesterday. So definitely going to be interesting. You do? I don't see it in Mike. You're saying you do see it in the TI news? I do not see it. Anyway, maybe your news is better than mine. IPA, IPA, I'm hearing IPA down. So this is actually, so we don't have it. We do. We do have it as an earnings play. So this is an earnings play, but a cheap one. So guys, what time is it now? 9:17. When I get my layout that I'm going to use once this market is open, a 9:30 open, really going to be paying attention to the gap down and reversals. Okay. Because I think we're going to get a lot, especially with all these earnings plays coming in. A lot of these stocks will gap up or down. But let's keep going on some of these ones that are. I'm not as interested in these low floaters right now. Doesn't mean you guys can't be. Doesn't mean I won't point them out. But I'm definitely going to be concentrating on the probably more the gappers and the gap continuation or reversal scan. And I'll have that layout up and running. And so I'll show you how you can get it if you want from my homepage. I don't have it up and running yet. All right. What else is that? GNS, the Genius Group. Florida court orders the removing of Moe and Ritz amid fraud and fiduciary breach. Oh, when I read that, I thought it was some kind of a cartoon, the Moe and Ritz hour. But Michael Moe and Peter Ritz. Can't make this stuff up. You're taunting me, Hermes. You're taunting me, aren't you? All right, guys. I've got to. Oh, maybe after hours. So I don't see eBay. Every time eBay has earnings, maybe it's after hours. Yeah. Okay. Post market. Okay. Yeah, earnings today, but after hours. Okay. I always amazed that eBay is still around, and I always make the same comment. I know it's. I repeat myself, but every 3 months when I see eBay having earnings, I say, "Who the heck still uses eBay?" And then 100 hands go up in the rooms. Anyway, eBay has earnings after hours today, so we'll see the reaction tomorrow. How is LIDR doing? LIDR. Just out of curiosity, after they did the financing yesterday and basically really destroyed the stock yesterday. Okay, this got up to 644, announced the financing, got all the way down to 385. So it closed, or it's at 409 right now. Let me get to my daily chart. So it's up, basically flat. This is a buyout, I believe. I think no, I'm sorry, the other one. It's a DRR. That's right. I'm not talking about this one. Dr. X, sorry, Dr. RX, DRRX is a buyout. Not a big one, $2 buying them. Bausch Health acquire the liver drug developer Jurek for $1.75 a share, so a modest little premium. WGS, this has been active in the past. WGX, and not a ton of volume yet. These ones that are super active in the pre-market, they've got well over 1 million shares. 199,000 right now. And okay, so they jumped. So stocks jumped on raised 2025 guidance. So okay, this is actually okay. This is actually an earnings play. Okay, $107. Sorry, guys, my eyes are a little blurry. I thought it was $10. $10.75. Okay, so this is $107 stock. They've raised guidance. They released earnings, and their guidance is up. Raised guidance of what to between 400 to 450, up from 360. That's a big run. That's a big run or big raise. Probably an all-time high. Not quite an all-time high for this one. The moment, let's see, where is the all-time high? Looks like up here a few months ago, 3 months ago is the all-time high. 118, not that far away. All right. Want to see what is happening with energy XLE? That was able to close above the 200-day, barely above the 200-day yesterday. That's that green line on my chart. So it is above. So it looks like old healthcare is still way under the 200-day moving average. I think that's the only major sector. Okay, AEHL. Let's take one look at AEHL. Yes, just okay, $50 million strategic financing to launch a Bitcoin. Uh, we'll see if the market's tired of these. I think the market's getting a little tired of these, but the next high looking left on the weekly chart is 845. All right, guys, what I'm going to do now is I just wanted to get a couple others that are popping into my gap ups. Okay, INTZ ordered the $3 million in additional financing for a Department of Defense contract. XGN, this is an earnings play. Okay, XGN is actually an earnings play. Interesting, it's above all this now. Okay, guys, I have to get the layout I'm going to use once the market opens at 9:30, so just give me one moment. As always, save my layout. I don't think I made any changes, but in case I forgot and I did. All right, guys, give me a moment as I just make a few adjustments here. Okay, so this is the one I'm talking about, guys. The gap continuation or reversal scan. This is my number one focus today. Okay, number one focus today. And if you're interested in it, let me just put my homepage link. No, no, we've already, but isn't that after hours though? After hours. Yeah, after hours. It's just not an earnings play yet. That's all for eBay. Okay, so very quickly, if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. Okay, so scroll down, scroll down. Here are my, expand this just a little bit. So the middle section, here are my scans. So this is the, now you can take a look at all the scans right now. I go over all this at around 10 o'clock, okay? This is the one I'm talking about, the gap continuation or reversal scan. You can also look at the combo scan, will not get too many alerts, but this is the one I'm going to probably pay a lot, not probably, I will pay a lot of attention to, especially the ones that gap up and start to reverse. Now, if you load it, if you do load it, I have purposely put a delay of 15 minutes on it. So I don't want to see any alert. I don't want to see any results until at least 9:45. You don't have to do the same thing, but I just find that, in the first 15 minutes, especially the gappers, they can gap up and down, up and down, up and down. I can get overwhelmed, inundated with alerts. So I've purposely put a delay of 15 minutes. It's all real time. Once 9:45, when we start getting some, it's all real time. I just don't want to see anything in the first 15 minutes. Yeah, saw that one. No, I typically do not trade in the first 15 anyway. So are we still talking about eBay? So eBay we definitely have it after hours today, and I can almost guarantee that, yeah, if this were an earnings play, IB would have it as an earnings play. I don't see it though. I do not see it. We would see it here for sure. So I have to assume it is after hours today. All right, guys, we're now open. We are now open. So there's the INTZ. We just mentioned that one. A nice pop. And any day trades? Well, I don't trade. I usually wait the first 15 minutes out. So what you're seeing here, I mean, there's a question from 161 in our main room. Any day trades? You know, these scans are showing very abnormally abnormal action for these stocks. So I mean, but it's early. And all I'm really again, I'm waiting for this. Nothing will happen until at least 9:45 in this in that particular scan. Ah, for some reason, yeah, for some reason that mic went gremlins. Okay, not my mic, but it was this little icon went mute. I don't know why. We're back though, right? We're back. Make sure. Okay. So what I was saying is, somebody asked about any day trades. Well, first of all, I don't trade in the first 15 typically. Gotta let things settle down. But I mean, depends on your trading style. But what we're seeing here, these are all very active stocks. Don't see the screen. Hmm. Okay, give me a moment. Okay, give me a moment, guys. I'm gonna have to exit the room and come back in. Not YouTube, but I'm gonna have to exit the our main room. So give me a moment. I'll come right back. He's not gonna boot everybody out. You guys can hear me in YouTube. Just give me a moment, okay? All right, screen sharing and everything should be back, okay? Should be back, and you guys can hear me now in the main room, right? Proceed. Yeah, okay. Okay, sorry about that, guys. So we have some halts already. All right. Well, here's the AEHL. Well, maybe it'll have another go. I'm going to show this blue screen you see here. This has nothing to do with trade ideas. Nothing to do with trade ideas. I'm in sales from Interactive Brokers. You can see the symbol, but it is AEHL. It's halted at 601. Potential open is in this column, and typically they are 5-minute halts. So it got halted at 9:32 and 49 seconds. So that'll be 9:37 plus 49 seconds if it is a 5-minute halt. This number will fluctuate over the course of 5 minutes. If you're in this one, what you do hope though is that you see a number bigger, greater than 601. And right now, this is what we're seeing, 620. Another one that this is probably on the way down. I IXHL halted on the way down. Wow, LIDR. I've been thinking maybe LIDR will have a pop, and not yet. Not yet. It is still drifting down. LIDR. GOSS, GOSS, a little pop here. This is early. Let's see if there's any news on it. X chart won't pull in. What do you mean by that? You mean we can't load US Steel? Yeah. Is it is this deal done? Because it's not loading in interactive brokers either. So this must be done or something. They were looking at Nippon buying them and all. So is that deal done? Because it's also not loading. See, what I'm saying, not loading. It's not loading into interactive brokers either. So it must be done. Okay. So what is it called now? Okay, SLRX just resumed, guys, after the halt. But I'm more interested in this AEHL. Let's see. Wow, this is going to have a big open. And if it's be opening in about 10 seconds, if it's a 5-minute halt, big open. Look at that, 642. See that holds. 2, 1, open, open. All right. Well, that's pretty anticlimactic. So if they're not 5-minute halts, then typically they are 10-minute halts. Okay, multiples of five. That's not what you want to see. If you were in this one, you wanted to open after 5 minutes because now, I mean, it could go the other way, but it gives them the opportunity to drift back down to the halt price. See what's happening? Ugh, I'm not in it. So, what is Fubo halted? Why did somebody ask about Fubo? What is the next? Oh, just the next high. Okay, Fubo, the next high. Okay, so you've got to go to a weekly chart. And so on a weekly chart, anyway, the next high is pretty close. Also, you've got the 200-day moving average right there. So, which is, I'm sorry, I'm on a weekly chart. So that's not the daily. So, but there on the weekly chart, you've got 430, 425, 430. So fairly close. Okay. Well, this is Fubo. Oh, I don't understand. When you said Dragon 888, you said no. So, this is interesting because this scan here, this momentum scan is usually super active right off the bat. There are some things here, but okay. Well, actually, interesting. Fubo is now an AI alert from us. But I look left, and what I see Now, on the weekly chart, it looks like it's fairly close. I mean, that's 425-ish. For me, it's just too close. If the next high in the weekly chart had been up at 470, now it doesn't mean this is going to block it. Doesn't mean that, but it's just the way I look at things. Because if that weren't there, if that next high were at 470, this would be way more attractive to me. Oh, I see. Not halted. No, no, I didn't. No, I didn't think Fubo was halted. AMKR guys, AMKR. This is an earnings play. So this is okay. This is an earnings play. That red line right there represent a daily high that it's right at sometime in this week of January 20th this year. So that high, there's a high right there. If it can take that out, 27.72. So there is not quite $2 if it can take that high, that daily high out, which looks like it is around 26. And this is an earnings play. AMKR. This is an earnings play. Okay, I'm going to put a price alert around 26.10. Really? No sound again? All right. I'm gonna have to exit again. I hope this is not because I'm in YouTube, but let me. Okay, so okay, here. I think this is what the issue is, guys. If you cannot, well, if you can't hear me, I'm gonna have to type this in. I think what happens is when I exited and came back. Anyway, just do a refresh. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure that'll. I'm pretty sure that'll help. So this is what I'm a little afraid of, but I think it's my. Yeah, it's my. For whatever reason, my malware. My anti-malware service seems to go crazy every now and then. Okay, so there's AEHL guy. So it just opened. So look what happened. It opened. Wow, it did open at six. Well, it got up to 660, came back down. So the only way I might take this, it would have to break through 601 again. But it's already pulled back a lot. And it's hanging around the six level. The VWAP, it's right at the VWAP also. I'm talking about the AEHL. That was on the weekly. If you were looking at my chart, Todd, that was, yeah, I didn't take it. Yeah, it sort of fit the bill, but I didn't do it. Yeah, it's pretty. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna forget about it for a while anyway. Yeah, if you were looking at my chart, that was the weekly, not the daily 200 day. 200 day on this one is 126. All right, guys, we are now getting some in the reversal scan. Okay, really? It's that's hard. I mean, normally, I mean, I know our provider sometimes isn't always 100% accurate, but that we have 126 for the 200 day. The weekly, that would be the weekly right there. Hmm. Interesting. Well, I don't know what to say, Todd. You asked me yesterday about that one, Mohammed. Checking what ATYR. Probably the same, unless it's moved, unless it's popped or something. Yeah, I mean, good volume, but it's still in a downtrend. So I'm not sure what you want. It's still in a downtrend. I mean, I had a great day yesterday. Not well, sort of a good day. Remember, we got up to 7:30, but it closed way down here at 6, and it's starting to fall. So not sure what has earnings August 13th, but nothing more I can really talk about. There, maybe 546 and hold it. That is the next low looking left. All right, guys, this is a gap up and reverse for the FLS flow serve. FLS. Yeah, I'm going to have to on the reversal scan though, Jason. DRRX is let me get this change this right here. It's a buyout, okay? So didn't know that, of course. The reversal scan doesn't know that, but it's a buyout. Well, I mean, if that's what you think, Mohammed, I can't add anything to that one. You know, it's losing today, right now, moving down today. You know, it sounds like you already have it. Okay, guys. Well, FLS guys, it took a while to get it, but I ended up getting this one. Okay, this is again from the. I'm more prone to take these ones that have gapped up and then are reversing, especially if the market is not ripping. It's starting to move down a bit. So I have to now wait and see if it can take out 57. A little price alert around the 57 level. See if I can induce it downwards. Obviously, there's a ton of room underneath. I'm just waiting on this FLS, guys. I kind of have to watch it. Want to see if it can take out that 27 level. 27, 57 level. Come on, crack 57. Crack 57. Okay, guys. Okay, I have covered some, okay, underneath 57. I've covered some under 57 of the FLS. Again, it showed up here, 57.42. I did not get it quite there, but covered some, and I want to hold on in case it really has a capitulation. But that whole number always can act as support. It's funny. I haven't seen as they don't appear to be. I hate to use the term as good, but the gap up in those, like this is. I mean, I've seen some good ones. I've just seen more on the gap up and reversals that seem to be a lot better. But I'm looking at Polaris right here. That's a nice gap up and go so far. This is an earnings play too, guys. It's a KNSA, and this is an earnings play. I mean, it's still positive for the day, but it's at the low of the day. That's a KNSA. It did not show up on the gap up and reversal scan, but I am aware of it. Well, I mean, this is moving. What can I say, Doctor? The Bible was supposed to be around $2, I think. To be acquired. Okay, maybe I read this wrong. So they're going to be acquired by Bausch. I thought it was at $2. Excuse me, at $2. So I'm obviously wrong. Let's see if I can find it here. $63 million up front. Yeah, no, I was actually it's $1.75. That is what they're paying. $1.75, and this is ripping. Maybe they think doesn't look like this is a hostile takeover or anything. Well, don't have any explanation as to why it's moving like it is. Ooh, I think I missed this one. Yeah, I don't know. Well, it's underneath 30. I mean, that's one thing. This is a gap up and reversal also for LI. Not an earnings play. Okay, Excel. Now this is coming from the combo span, also our AI. But look what's happening now. Will that 200-day moving average act as support? Okay, will it act as support? The 200-day moving average is 37.04. It's right there, that blue line. Now, will it take that out? Yeah, Lie was an excellent one. Also, Jose in our YouTube room. Lie was LI. Man, oh man. I mean, I'm just going to show you these. Okay. It's just, there's a lot happening, but look at the LI 37 and down to 3037, down to 2965, DQ 2382, down to 23. This is one I took, the 57, the FLS. So you see these three in yellow are all gap up and reversals. Really, really liking them. And there are only three of them so far. So far, I haven't looked at the other ones, but I'm really liking these gap up and reversals. Now, how many are earnings plays? LI, not an earnings play, good. FLS is an earnings play. Oh, here's another one that just showed up. GDS just showed up. And of course, they'll all have room underneath because they gapped up. So they will all have room underneath. Oh, look at the FLS. Look at that FLS. Just give me one moment, please. Give me a moment, guys. So, you know what? This GDS, I didn't realize it was, not that it matters entirely, but it's a China stock. But the problem is also not much volume. Because I am in this one now. I'm in the GDS short. Not that I won't. It's not that I won't look at the China stocks, but the volume is a little light here, so I just have to pay a lot of attention to it. What's the float? It's a big float, so it shouldn't be too jumpy. Yeah, the lie is an excellent short. LI, excellent short. Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. I'm just looking at a couple other things. Boy, this was an excellent. I wish I got this one also. The LI was a big, big. Look at that bar right there. All right, I put a price alert for AMKR. And why did I do that? I think there was a high. There was a high up here. That's right. There was a high up here, a daily high, I believe. So it's a little bit above that. A little bit above it. So, Jose, and anybody, well, you know what? It's 10 o'clock now. So, what I'm going to do, I'm going to go over my homepage. Okay. Okay. I'm going to go to my homepage and I'm going to show you the information you can have on my homepage, including the scans. All right. So, stick around for that. Well, here's another one that's showing up PHG. Wow. Well, maybe number one, I have to let it take out that whole number. I'll put a price alert down here on 27.94. See if it does that as I'm explaining what's on my homepage. So, so on my homepage, first off, if you want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, here's how you can do it. You can get 15% off, first month only, or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription. All I ask is that you use my code. My code is always going to give you the most up-to-date discount. So, but if you use my code, the company or the room gets credit for the subscription. The company tracks the promo codes, okay? And so the more people use my code, the more they don't mind keeping the room free. Scroll down, you can get the trade of the week right here. This is free. You'll get it before the market opens on Monday mornings. And if you sign up for it and you don't think you're getting it, please check your spam folder. If you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Do that before you contact us and say, hey, I'm not getting it. Please do that first. Education section is here. So the very first thing you should do when you take out a subscription to Trade Ideas is this: mandatory. Getting started with Trade Ideas. It's a software program. There's a bit of a learning curve. We try to kind of encapsulate all the important ideas in these short videos. I think there are 8 short videos. Now, if you don't have Trade Ideas and you're wondering about the program, I would look at these videos. You don't have to look at the first one, which is the download and install, but look at the next videos. They're all short. This will give you a good idea about the capabilities of Trade Ideas, and it might help to make up your mind whether or not this is a good fit for you. Okay? Back to basics. If you are new to trading, this is for you. There's a whole series of free videos. If you're new to trading, again, you don't have to be a member of Trade Ideas to have access to this. Now, my scans. So if you've clicked on my homepage link, scroll down, middle section, here they are. So I'll just talk about this. This is the one I've been talking about, the gap continuation or reversal scan right here. I'm really concentrating on the ones in orange, in yellow. Those are and I'll go over the scan in a little more detail, okay? But right now, I just want to point this out. Now, for those of you, I also have a version of it that is called Don't Repeat. So what that does for me, it only shows me the very first time of the alert. So I can go back in time, click on the alert, and see what happened. So, I may have missed something. And so I go back and I click and say, oh, well, it could still be a viable trade. Okay, that's what I'm doing. So that's all that Don't Repeat. And in order to do that, because I still want the repeat. See, look at the DQ. My goodness. I still want the repeating version. This is what I mean. You see how you see DQ. Every time DQ is going to make a new low, we'll see it. So all I did was I just right-clicked on it and I duplicated it. And then I went to configure all. They're all checked. Edit the selected. And then time of day. Now, if you don't see you probably won't see time of day. All you have to do is, again, only if you want to do this, you just type in time. Okay. And there's the filter. Now I don't have to add it because it's there. Boy, there's a lot happening. No, no, no. So again, I just want to show you. So if you load it, and then that's what the 15 means. The 15 means don't show me any alerts until at least 15 minutes into the market after 9:30. That's what that means. You don't have to do the same thing. Okay, guys. Now, this first of all should welcome anybody who's new to either room. We do have a YouTube stream going at the same time. Okay, as the main room. If you want more action, interaction amongst traders, the main room has more of that. YouTube is fine if you just want to stay there. There's just not as much interaction amongst traders. It's the same room, guys. Okay, people they see my screen, they hear me. There's a slight delay in YouTube. We don't put it there. There's about a 5 to 8 second delay, but it's not the end of the world. Okay, just waiting on this PHG. So these are the other scans that I'm currently sharing. Okay, so if you want any of these that you see, this is the change in 5 minutes. I see. I don't have control over this. I have to ask somebody to change it for me. You should really not say most up. It should say biggest change because it could be negative. Okay, in 5 minutes. The same thing with the 2 minutes. If you see it, like for instance, right here, you see minus the SGD. You see it's minus, now it's minus 2.4. So it doesn't have to be up. It could be down a lot. So this should be the biggest change in 5 minutes, be it up or down. Let's see. The single stock window is down here. Halts resumes is right here. And then this is the momentum scan is over here. And then here's the gap continuation. And then the other one I do pay attention to is the combo scan. This is what this one looks at. It looks like this. Not too many alerts all day long. So this is a trading room, but it's also a support room. So if you have questions, don't be shy. You can ask me questions all day long. If I happen to be in a trade or something and I can't, it needs my 100% attention, I'll let you know. Or I am doing something else, I will let you know. Now, I haven't looked at any of these other ones. There are, first of all, before I look at this in a little more detail, the gap continuation or reversal scan, just want to go over this momentum scan just to show you what the power of trade ideas is and how I think we definitely differentiate ourselves from other platforms out there, trading platforms out there. So if I right click, I want to just break the scan out. We could probably call it scanning and screening platforms out there. So what this is looking for, if I right click on it and click on configure, and then the summary. So this is what this scan is looking for. If the price is between 1 and 100 and the current volume is at least 20, that means it's got to be trading at least 20 times normal up to this time of day. Remember, this is an active day trading room, really. So we're always looking for stocks that are trading abnormally. Make it too much more abnormal than if a stock is trading 20 times normal up to this time of day. And that's what these are doing. 500,000 shares minimum. Now, this is why I call it a momentum scan. In the last minute, it's 1,000% of normal, the volume is. And 5 minutes, 400% of normal. And it's got to be up at least 2% from yesterday's close. So if all of these filter values are met and a stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. These are all real-time alerts that we're seeing. Okay, so the last time, now I did in mine, I put a 5 minute, I like only show me every 5 minutes when a stock makes a new high. So I don't want to see it over and over and over again. For instance, SOAR could be making new highs at 106, at 107, at 108. I just don't want to see it over and over again. That's you don't have to do the same thing. Okay. So many screening programs. This is the screening aspect of trade ideas, but again, we take it that one step further, applying what we call an event or a trigger to the screening values. Again, there are many screening programs out there, and of course we can screen. Screening typically is, show me the stocks up the most today. Show me the stocks down the most today. Show me the ones that have moved the most in 5 minutes. Okay, this is what this is doing. Show me the ones that have moved in 2 minutes. That's an idea of a screener, just giving you a list. But we can take it that one step further by applying a trigger to all these values. And in this particular case, it's the new high of the day. So if you like the scan the way it is, by the way, guys, give me a heads up on this. I'm sort of moving my head around. Is it a big deal anymore? Am I fading in and out badly? So if you like the scan the way it is, you can have it just the way it is. But maybe you don't like my price range. Maybe you maybe you want a different price range. Maybe you want a different minute volume. Or if you have a filter that you like, maybe you'll add that in. Okay, go ahead. This is what I like to see. It doesn't have to be what you like to see. Now, I'm going to click on search this time. So if you're new to this, don't get too overwhelmed by what you're going to see now. So at the very top here, all these icons represent real-time alerts. These are the triggers. So the new high of the day and the new low of the day. Two most popular real-time alerts that we have. But as you can see, we have a lot of other real-time alerts. All these icons are real-time alerts. When I get to these icons, these are the filters, the screeners that we've got. So again, don't get too overwhelmed by all this. You don't have to learn them all. The reason why there are so many is that when the company started in 2003, they felt that most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. It'd be a lot harder. So they thought, okay, what if we create a lot of different real-time alerts and all those different filters so that if you have any trading experience at all, you could combine them to give yourself the type of scan you're looking for, which is what I did here and here and here. Okay? So don't get overwhelmed by all this. You don't have to learn them all. Again, if you have any trading experience at all, what you might want to do, just kind of scroll down, and if you see something you recognize from your trading experience, take a look at it. Okay, guys, so this is the gap continuation or reversal scan, or it's a it's a multi-strategy window. So what does that mean? That means a multi. Oh, wait a minute. There's a question in. Okay. Thank you, Pepe. Thank you. Okay, great. So a multi-strategy window typically is used if you don't have a lot of screen space. Say you only have one monitor and you've got several alert windows, on your screen. You can take all the alert windows and put them in a multi-strategy window, one window. Okay. Now, first of all, don't have 10 alert windows on your screen. Okay. You should not have. My feeling is that you probably should not have more than three. Okay. Otherwise, you get too overwhelmed. Now, if they're not producing that many alerts, okay. For instance, this one right here, only three so far today. But if you've got a very active scanner and you've got five of them up and running, you'll never get anything done. And they're all active. Anyway, this is what this is doing. So what I did was I put four scans in. the gap up and go, the gap down and reverse, the gap up and reverse, and the gap down and go. Now, I have screen space, but what I like to do is sometimes is to combine similar types. These are all gapping type scans. So I put them in the one window. So the gap up and go, and that's in green. You can see how I've color coded it. The gap up and go means that the stock gapped up. Remember what a gap is? It's the first trade of the day, so it had to meet certain criteria. And then at the time of the alert, it was making a new high. Doesn't mean it's going to continue though. Gap down and reverse, which is the gap down and reversed. Gap up and reverse. This is the one I'm loving. You can see how I've color coded it in yellow. Gapped up and starting to reverse. And then the gap down and go is a stock that gapped down, and then at the time of the alert, it was still moving down. Again, just because you get an alert doesn't mean it's going to head in the direction for any length of time. It could just stop right there. But I am finding that these gap up and reversals seem to have more power in them. But, look at this one. I have no idea when I first got the alert for SCNI. That's why I have this. So I can see that SCNI, the alert was at 341. And it hasn't really moved that much from there. Now this could be good. I mean, there's the VWAP, but I'm definitely more in tune with the gap up and reversals. Now, in here, they're all checked. Okay, so if you just wanted to look at the reversals, then what you basically just uncheck what you don't really want to see. Okay, I've got them all checked, but you don't have to. All right, guys. So what time is it now? 10:18. So a pretty fast morning. Now, do they all work? No. Okay. I mean, what did it do before it? I mean, it had an alert for the KNSA at 2964. And so this actually moved higher. So, I mean, it's not, nothing is 100%, of course. It still has some of the FLS, and it just made another new high, another new low. So look at the PHG, it's getting closer. Okay, there's the alert, 2813. It's a little bit below it, but personally, I would not take it unless it broke down through 29. Sorry, 28. And of course, it's got a ton of room. 2516, 2572. That is the 200-day moving average. That could act as support, but that's certainly far enough away. I mean, this one is actually, this is a gap up and go. There's some really nice ones here too. I haven't really looked at them, but so the PTCT, this is a gap up and go, gapped up and moving higher. Now, that is coming right into the next high, which is right there, is at 49.45, not far away. Let's see. This could stall it, guys. This could stall it. Well, the flow serve is still looking nice. It's giving me over $1 now in the part I have left. And the GDS has not really moved that much. I might turf it. I mean, I'm still mildly in the money on the GDS. Okay, so this is showing up on the gap up and reversal scan for the BYON. However, I wouldn't take it. Would really have to take out 991. There is the next low looking left. Okay. Now, if it does take it out, if I get an alert, doesn't mean I'm going to immediately pile in. But if it does take that out, take a look. I mean, underneath $9 approximately. So it would have a lot of room. But that's why I would not take it right now. Because here's the alert, 1013, but that low right there could stall it. Plus 10 could stall it. Here's another one, guys. Gap up and go right at the 200-day moving average. A little bit above it now. X Pro. All right. So, okay. So, I have a couple of questions. DCI Central. I'll get to you in a second. So, Lightning. What's the earliest? So the charts start at 4 a.m. Eastern time. Okay, and it's all real time. Assuming you have, yeah. I mean, as long as you're a subscriber to Trade Ideas, this is all real time. So, but the charts start displaying at 4 a.m. if there's any. Um. Well, okay. For instance, if you why don't you bring up X Pro and tell me what you're seeing on the chart. Well, another one. Okay, before we do that, when you look at, can you see if you see what I'm pointing to? I'm pointing to a green bar or a green ball. Is it green? Because that means you have a connection. Okay, so you are connected, and if you've got X Pro up, I mean, it's no. Does it? I mean, right now it's just stuck at 1120 23. But if you're looking at, so I'm not sure what you're saying. They're not. I mean, maybe there's no trades. Especially in the pre-market. If you're looking in the pre-market, depending on how active the stock is, it may not be trading very much. So that's why it might look like it's not moving. That's why it will not be moving on the chart. But if you can see my screen, and the charts are real time. So unless you're going to tell me that, you know, let's take a look at something like STAI, something that is, really actively trading, but it's still sort of stuck at 139, I'll get you your question in a minute here, DCI Central. Okay, I'm talking to somebody else. Well, it's hard for me to know, Lightning. Because I'm not up at. Yeah, you're talking literally at 4 in the morning. I mean, the only other thing I can think of. The only other thing I can think of is make sure if you right click on the chart. Okay, right click on the chart and go to properties and make sure you've got show pre-market checked. You see what I'm pointing at? But I mean, I'm not up at 5 a.m. Eastern time, but I'm up, I'm on the West Coast, but so if it was not checked, that's the reason. You won't be able to know now, but if it was not checked, that's 100% the reason. Okay? Okay. Good. Easy fix. All right. DCI Central in our YouTube room. What scanner are we using? No, these are just my personal ones, but I'm sharing them. Okay. Holly, I don't display the AI trades. It's off because it's a premium service, not fair for those of who pay for it. So I'm not going to display it all day. Okay. But what you're seeing here, these are all shared scans. These are my personal ones, but you can have them if you go to my homepage. So if you go to my homepage and scroll down and middle section, my scans. Okay. So these are the ones you can actually see the momentum scan. This is what I use in the pre-market, by the way. I didn't talk about that, but this is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and down. And this is the change in 5 minutes. Could be negative, it could be positive. And the change in 2 minutes, these are these two here. Then off screen, this is the one I talk about a lot now, is the gap continuation or reversal scan is right here. You can have it. Okay. Well, okay, you've got a lot of is that a multi-strategy? It's hard for me to see it, right? I mean, how to set it up? I mean, it looks like you've got a ton of alerts in there. Are you sure you want that? I mean, look how many look how many you're getting. I'm talking to Raja in our main room. I mean, that's a lot of alerts. I mean, how to set it up? I mean, there's a lot of different strategies in there. It's possible that it's like, where did you get that? Where did you get that? Where are you seeing it, Raja? It looks like it could be one of these ones that are in the channel bar that has a whole bunch of strategies checked in a multi-strategy window. Yeah, it's hard. I mean, there's so many different strategies in there. I personally would not run that. You're going to get overwhelmed by alerts. And let's see if I can even find something. Yeah, okay, it's like this one, okay? It may not be exactly this one, but you can see here the trade ideas winners watcher. And I can give you this. It may not be exactly, but it's way too many. You see, if you look right, and I or look right, you click on it. These are the ones that are checked, but these are all the different strategies that are in here. But these are the ones that are checked. Okay. But it's too many. I mean, you get data with alerts all day long. So I can so this what you've displayed is going to be very similar to something like this, okay? Because look at all the different strategies there are. So I can give you this if you want. Okay. You still want it? But do you still want it? I mean, I can give it to you, or you can go to the channel and you can see it there. That's in the explosive winners channel. I mean, it's kind of interesting because you see there's so many strategies in here, and on different days, you might just want to check a few of them, depending on the type of day it is. But if you had them all checked, I mean, you just get alert after alert after alert. You'll never get anything done. Okay. The idea really is to keep it simple, okay? I mean, okay, now there's the BYON, guys. Now, decision time for me. It's a little extended, it's a little extended, but it's right at that low here. Ah, okay. Well, the GDS is making a little bit of a move. I was going to get out of it, but I decided to hold off. I was still, as I said, I was still marginally profitable, but GDS is making a little bit of a move now. Just waiting to see if it can get down underneath 37. Okay, so the PHG did not take out my alert. So again, just because I really like this scan doesn't mean I'm just going to automatically take any trade I see. It still has to set up for me. So the PHG had to take out the 28 level, my blue line there. As you can see, it didn't. Maybe it happens later, or maybe this turns into more of a. It's a little too choppy for me for a bounce play. Same thing with the BYON. It got down there, but it didn't take it out. Got down to that just underneath the 10 level. BMNR. Look out below, boy. This is I mean the next low, of course, around the $11 level. I was surprised to find shorts available for me yesterday at Interactive Brokers. 500,000. So this is a gap down and go. Okay, so a gap down, and you can see the low right there. See, these get triggered at the low of the day. Okay, it has to hit a low of the day in these, high of the day in the greens, and the powder blues. And so you can see why, you might say, well, why didn't it happen here, 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 here? Because the low right off the bat was down here. Now, there's a variation that you might want to try, and that'll show you new 5-minute lows. I decided not to, but I do have a scan that shows 5-minute lows. So you would see 5-minute lows as it's moving down in this particular case, but you will get more alerts. It's always a trade-off. So guys, I'm basically leaving all the low floaters alone right now. You can see they're all here. They're all like most of these are just low float stocks. Okay, so the BY, excuse me, the BYON. I'm so interested, but it's got to get down to about 990 again. That's where you can see right there, 991 is the next low looking left on that daily chart, yesterday's low. That's where it got to. And we got down to 990. And that's what held it so far. If they can break through it again, then we might have something because I mean, look underneath 917. That's plenty of room on a percentage basis. Boy, but you know what? The best one that I did not take from that scan was the LI. This is just a monster move. Only one little upturn, which might have taken some profit there. But other than that, this is a monster move. I mean, wow. I mean, the alert was, yeah. I mean, the alert was at 30.37. We're almost $3. Yeah. So, and please, everybody, listen carefully. If you load my scan right now, you're only going to get the last ones. You're not going to get all the ones from the previous. And yeah, it's going to show. It's going to show this over and over. All I said was that you can create one that just shows the first time you had the alert. You don't have to do that. But this is what you'll load from my homepage. But you're not going to get all the previous ones. You're not going to get all the ones from 9:45. Okay, you're just going to get wow flow FLS. I mean, this is turning into maybe not quite as good as LI, but pretty darn good. There's the GDS. If it could only be this easy, just look at one scan and get 4 or 5 out of them out of maybe 7 that work. But you don't have to take them all. How does NVO look for a bounce? Vide Noir in our YouTube room. Um, well, well, right now there's no telling what it's going to do, right? I mean, it's basing right here. It's been holding the where's the VWAP? 55. So the VWAP is yeah. So the VWAP is up. Well, it's right at the VWAP. Sorry, it's right at the VWAP. Okay, basically. So hard to know. I mean, right now it looks like it wants to move down a little bit. Talking to Vide Noir in our YouTube room. I mean, it's just consolidating. What I would do is just maybe put a price alert above and below these prices and see which way it goes. It should. Oh, I'm sorry, JTB. I'm sorry. I thought you download. Yeah, so you're going to see SGD. Yes, I'm sorry. I thought you were referring to the continuation gap continuation. Okay, so yeah, well, you only see the last one. You'll only see the last one. And the reason you're seeing it, remember, all I did was here. You don't have to do the same thing. Remember how I phrase these. These are templates, okay? This happens to be what I like to see. I may make modifications, slight modifications, and you don't have to do the same thing. But why I'm not seeing SGD over and over and over again is because I put a 5 minute only show it to me if it makes a high every 5 minutes. Oh, when I break this out, it's yeah. Well, it's on a don't repeat. Surprised it doesn't when I break it out, it doesn't show that, but it's on a don't repeat every 5 minutes. Okay, so if 5 minutes from now, 10:34. So if at 10:39 it made another new high, you'd see it. But I'm not. But you can see right there, 10:28. So that's about. Now it doesn't mean there's going to be a high, obviously, in any stock every 5 minutes, but I just don't want to see it over and over again. So that's why you're seeing SGD every time it makes a new high. Boy, this is, I mean, this is also, I mean, it's not quite as good as lie in that the percentage move isn't as big, but boy, oh boy, these are just, and it's, I mean, it's not like the market is crashing. Okay. It's not like the market, I mean, the Dow's down 94, and the Qs are up a little, the SPYs are up a little. So it's not like the market is not being influenced, I guess, by the overall market, is what I'm trying to say. I mean, look, this is still positive for the day, barely, but seeing a lot of fades. You don't have to, though, JTB. You don't have to. So, okay, if you take the scan, if you do wanna do that, just right click on it, okay, and go to properties, down to properties, and then a box will pop up, and you see where it says "Don't repeat"? So I've checked it, and I'm saying 5 minutes. You don't have to, I mean, you look at it another way, I mean, this is nagging at you every time it makes me, "Don't forget about me, don't forget about me." But I'll be honest, I'm not really looking at this one anymore. Well, during earnings season anyway. I mean, why would I? Why wouldn't I just concentrate on this? What? That's me. That is me. Ah, right. GDS even took out the whole number. I saw this in the pre-market. This is not shortable for me. Vape. I wish it were. It was a crazy one yesterday, of course, and it's below yesterday's low, way below it, and coming back down to earth. And I'll be honest. I mean, why I kind of like these more than, I mean, these are fun. Don't get me wrong. Huge percentage moves you can get, but you see how I wanna call this sort of orderly. You typically, well, in this one anyway, maybe the lie is even a better example. I mean, look how orderly this is. Straight down, and only one little blip up, straight down. So no giant blue bars to, knock you out of the trade. It's very steadily down. To be honest, almost too, I mean, these red bars are almost too big. It's almost better if they're just sort of narrow all the way down, because when you get a parabolic move down, you're gonna get people say, "Oh, better take some profit perhaps." But if you just get sort of more narrow bars moving down, it's just a lot easier on the psyche. And this is the repeating version of it, okay? And I'm loving it. Every time when I look over, I'm looking to see what symbol it's alerting me at, because I remember you can put a sound alert. You can put a sound alert on all of your multi-strategy or alert windows, your price alerts. If you have the AI, so you put it. So every time, and in this one, my sound alert. Well, you can put whatever sound alert you want, but it's trade ideas. So every time I hear, excuse me, trade ideas in my ear, I just look over and I'm loving the fact that I'm seeing FLS over and over and over again. Now this is a gap down on Go, which I'm not as wild about, but Remember this one from yesterday, guys? The PFSA. Remember that one? Oh, just give me one moment. One moment. Okay, PHG, guys. It's got a trigger. It's underneath 28. Want to see? Now, this is, the only, it's the Netherlands. And so it's not, it's the only thing kind of holding me back. Not, I have no bias against the Netherlands, but because it's more European based. See, for instance, I don't know. I mean, more than likely, it trades on some European exchange. And when does that exchange close? Hmm. Oh, you have to treat everything on its own, JTB. Your question is an earnings play up good for the day and then leveling off, less likely to move up than a stock moving up on news like a crypto deal or FDA approval. Every stock is different. You cannot say there's no blanket answer to that that says yes. All the crypto plays are going to move. FDA is going to move. You see lots of stocks getting FDA approvals, and you think, okay, and they don't do it. Or crypto deals. What was the one? What was the one earlier? Was it AEHR? Was a crypto deal? Was it that one? No. It started with A. It started with A, and it had the pop. In fact, I know what it was because it AEHL. Okay, here you go. AEHL. Look what happened. Crypto deal popped up. Yes, look at it now. So there's no can't say that yes, all anything with a crypto deal is going to keep moving higher, or FDA approval is going to keep moving higher versus an earnings play. They're all unique. Boy, the two I'm still in, FLS and GDS. I was that close to getting out of the GDS because it just wasn't moving. I thought, you know what? And the volume wasn't great. Yeah, you always have to have a reason to take a trade, JTB, regardless of getting the alert. I mean, for me, a lot of times it's look at the lie, another new low. Well, 2 out of 3 ain't bad. Okay, I'm not in this one, but and if you were listening to me in the pre-market, I told you I'm gonna be watching this like a hawk, and I'm gonna concentrate on the ones that were gap up and reversals. You don't have to do the same thing, of course, but I kinda laid out what I was gonna be looking at most of the day. I mean, look at this lie, LI. I mean, a high of 31.27 now. Not an earnings play. Now, the interesting thing, okay, it is China. What is take a look. I want to find NIO, NIO, see what it's doing. No, this is not nowhere. And how about XPAV? Just looking at the two other big China automakers. Yeah, this one's sort of moving down also, but this is a lot more. This is down 6%. So the other ones are down, but not as much. Now here is a gap up in reverse for the. It's just a little too cheap for me, though. I think the SCNI. What a reversal, though. Nagging me to death in the best possible way. Every time it makes a new high, I hear it. Okay, guys, I took the PhD. I just don't know enough about how it could trade in Europe, but I took it. If it gets back up to 28, I'm out. But I did take the PhD on the short, and of course, it's got the room. Well, there's the 200-day, so I mean, it's got plenty of room before it would hit any sort of resistance, chart resistance, technical resistance. And I can't believe it. What is that? What do I use for the China stocks overall? KWEB. There you are, KWEB. Haven't looked at that for a while. Just want to see what the overall China market's doing. Yeah, I mean, it's not weak. I mean, it's doing nothing. So, LI is trading on its own. It's not like the overall China market is dragging down or moving down. LI is just moving on its own. EDS, that's a big. It was so sleepy. It was so sleepy. It was putting me to sleep up here. Now look at it. All right. Well, maybe this one can. Let me put a price alert down in the mid 80s or so and see if that can induce it down. Haven't looked at SBET. Oh man, yeah, SBET underneath 20 again. Time is it now? A bit of a. I mean, this pie is slightly negative. Minor. Well, okay. The Qs and the spies are basically flat. Dow's down, not a huge amount, but let me take a look at the economic calendar. What time is it now? 10:55. So didn't look at anything. So we had house price indexes at 9, the S&P Case-Shiller home price at 10, the JOLTS job opening at 10, consumer confidence was at 10, Dallas Fed was at 10:30, Dallas Fed services revenue at 11:30. So I don't know if these really affect the market too much, but maybe the Dallas Fed. No, it won't be today. They're on Wednesdays, right? So, and I don't think it's tomorrow. I don't know. I haven't checked that. I don't think Fed Day is tomorrow. Almost, yeah. It's at the end of the month, so it is tomorrow. There you go. So I was talking myself out of it. All right. So Pepe says it is tomorrow, and probably is there a presser tomorrow too at 2:30? Okay, so we've got the double whammy maybe. So at 2 o'clock we have the minutes, but at 2:30, so we'll get some action there. 2:30 though, probably more action because I'm sure he's going to be asked about interest rates. Okay, this is a miracle being able to stream both and not taxing my computer. Oh, I see. So there's okay, a Fed rate decision, but interest rates, but that would be a decision, or we are going to lower. Whoa! Now this is interesting, guys, because remember last time I saw PWI, it was moving higher. This was a gap up and go. Now look at it. This is now a gap up and reverse. The problem is, where did I see that first time? Yeah, 55.35. Well, I am not. I'm going to hang on to that PHG. It's a little bit boring, but you saw what happened with the GGS. When I clicked on LI, I actually saw DC Central. That might be your answer. NVO looks like it just took a little drop. If you place the alerts, something might have triggered for you. So this is the answer. The answer. This is the news for it. New six-seat supercharging electric SUV could be a game changer. That's the news on LI. But yeah, market doesn't care. Okay, maybe this is the reason. Okay, you're being accused, along with many other automakers, of inflating their China sales, but including GM. Though it's not just all the China, but so that might be the reason right there. And that's all I can think of. The XPAV and NIO were not named in that. It doesn't mean they're not doing it, but Look at SBET. I mean, this is mm, my keyboard is flashing at me red. Time is it now? 11 o'clock. I'm gonna have to rely on my mouse for a while. Just give me a moment. All right, guys. So the SBET, yeah. I mean, look left now. I mean, it's below that. That meaning the day of July the 11th. The next low underneath is 16. Just a disaster now. There was the glimmer of hope day right there, July the 22nd, a week ago. But since then, wow, there's another. I didn't get it. This P double I and the gap up and reverse. Oh, oh no, I missed this one. Maybe take a look. I want to see this TRS. TRS. Okay, so this one did not. The alert was at 33.70, so it's a little bit above that. So what I'm going to do is just put a price alert in that area and see if it takes it out later on. Again, they're not all going to capitulate, of course. This is a no man's land for me anyway. I mean, it's right between, there's the VWAP up here. Just give me one moment, please. Okay, guys, I'm back. Another one here, guys. Another one. UCTPs. Okay, so it hasn't moved yet. Now, why I wouldn't take it? Why? Because look left. Okay. Same. Remember now, looking left, look left, look left. Make sure it's got room until it hits the next, if you're shorting, make sure it's got some room before it hits that next low. Okay, on the daily chart. And you can see, no, it's not that far away. Now, had the next low been down here, 23.23, a dollar away, it would have been great. But for me, I won't take that just because it's showing up. I won't take it. Again, this is what I mean, okay? If the alert at 24:49, the first thing I do, look left, where could it go? Well, not that far away, is it? 24:49, 20, only 20 cents away. I need way more room for something to run, like the PHG. Look at the PHG. I'm not saying it's going to get down here, but look at the difference, okay? So they're not all the same. When you get the alert, you still have to check the chart to make sure it is setting up in a more beneficial way than say the UCTP. Now, it doesn't mean it's going to stall there. Of course, it doesn't. But that's just the way I look at things. I mean, this is a gap up and go. Xpro is a gap up and go. I mean, it's been pretty good. The original alert, the alert was at 11:18 right there. 11:18 right there. Not the time, the price. It was at 10:21. That was the price. Or sorry, the time. All times Eastern. Just give me a moment, guys. I'll be right back. Guys, I'm going to be about 5 minutes, okay? So I'll put my announcement up here. I'm going to be about 5 minutes. Just give me my, so I got to find my, okay, so what time is it now? 11:11. So, I can't type. My keyboard is being, okay, I think I can do, okay, say back around 11:15. Okay, so hopefully it won't be that long. All right, guys, I'm back. Well, the SPY is a little red. Yeah, the Dow's red, but the the Qs are up 58 cents. All right, I'll start looking at some of these ones. These probably the low floaters. Yeah, super low float. Funny, I'm just not. I don't feel these right now at all. I don't want to look at them. But you guys can talk about them. They're here. I'd much rather look at these they're higher, slightly higher priced earnings, either earnings plays or they don't have to be earnings plays or stocks that are just gapping up and reversing. Speaking of an earnings play, Corning, all ti yeah, all time. I was going to say all time high. Corning, all time high. GLW, all time high. It's an earnings play today. Don't know what's holding up the cues. Yeah, I don't have my keyboard in front of me right now, so I have it's charging. Woo! Look at the Doctor RX now. After the big flurry up here, 262. Now it looks like it is getting back to the. I mean, we saw, I think, 175. I don't have was the buyout offer. I don't know why it rose up to 265. unless they thought they might get some competing offer coming in. But but that doesn't make sense to me why this did this. The reason being is that this did not look like a hostile takeover. It was the company themselves saying Bosch would take them over for $63 million. Yeah, LIDR. The only reason go, I have to. My keyboard is being charged. Yeah, it's just that the charging cable is a little far from me. Um, so I just have to. So I want to type in LIDAR though. Not an all-time high. Okay, we have it as an all-time high. So I don't know how far back you have to go. Just out of curiosity, I just want to go back and see. Now, I mean, if it's over 10 years ago or something, I'm not sure. So I'm back in 2016. I think we only go back to like 2010 or, well, I'm in 2009. So we haven't started trading in 2009 here. So I don't know what to say. Well, this is, 2009. Yeah, that's 2009. So I don't know. Maybe they went private and then public again back here. But regardless, I mean, it's for all intents and purposes, it's an all-time high. We agree on that. Now, I haven't paid as much attention to this setup. This is a gap down and reverse as opposed to a gap up and reverse. I've seen some nice ones, since I've had this scan up and running for the last week and a half, I guess. I have seen some not bad ones on the gap up, gap down, and reversals. Seems to me the reversals kind of the way to go. Yeah, I think the market is just getting a little too tired of these nonsensical press releases that come out from these companies that saying, "Hey, we're going to buy Bitcoin, or we're going to buy some altcoin." I mean, that's not their business at all. They're into what porcelain and sale of ceramics. So I think the market is getting tired of this. There's one ugly daily bar. Okay, guys, I took myself out of the PhD basically flat. Okay, had a little bit of profit in it, but probably going to regret it. But I took myself out of it. I'm not usually in 3 trades at the same time. That's a very, very rare for me. Now, the interesting thing too about this scan is that, we get later on in the day, typically, the way I look at it anyway, later on in the day, direction is probably defined a lot better than in the first hour, where stocks will kind of jump up and down. So we get one of these later on in the day, that might be excellent. So I will now, with the change, the fact that I'm streaming on YouTube now, I will hang around till noon, hand it off to probably Steve Gomez today. I'll be taking off at about quarter to 12, but now hang around, hand it off to Steve, and then take my break till about 1 o'clock. Yeah, I mean the X Pro, it's a gap up and go. And once it took out that 200-day moving average, I think it's an earnings play. It is an earnings play, X Pro. But I'm just kind of sitting on hands now, guys. Yeah, I mean, there's no question that the market is in a downtrend from here on a 5-minute chart anyway. Just, no stupid market flow. You just got to short. Yeah, getting pretty quiet now though. HWH. Yeah, guys, you get into a mindset. My mindset is not to look at these right now. So you can see why I look left. I mean, look at the BYON. I was interested in it in a big way, but it had to take that out. That meaning around the 995 mark. And look where it stalled. It got right down to yesterday's low, and that's held it so far. So I've sorted on the position in the day's range. Okay, so if you see something very close to 100%, that means if I look at Expo, that means it's going to be right near the high of the day. If you see something like SGD, that means at 82%, that means it's pulled back somewhat. So you can actually, if you want, you could take this and remember now these tree maps you can sort on any header that you've got. These are just the headers. See, these are just the column headers I've got on my top list window that generates the tree map, and I can sort in any one of them. You get this drop down menu, and now I can sort on any one of these. So if I sort on the position in the day's range, this can maybe show me stocks that are pulling back. Look at STAI. I mean, that's a huge pullback, of course, but NTHI setting up. I had that one thumbnailed and I replaced it. But, well, a couple things. I mean, okay, the VWAP is far enough away, I guess. 643, certainly far enough away from 580. But that could act as resistance, I suppose. But you're right. But you see, look at the volume. There's no volume. I mean, all the volume was at the beginning. It's 9 o'clock, 9:15, 9:30, and after since then, the volume is just completely dried up on the 5 minute, the 15 minute. So I wouldn't trust a pop unless you get, some volume with it. Remember STEM from yesterday, guys? STEM yesterday was a big one. Closed high too. I mean, it closed near the high, but now it's below yesterday's low, and then the next low looking left is 13. Wow, that room. This is not. It's not. This is a gap down and go, not a gap up and reversal. So I mean, we can't take them, but it's not quite the same. Okay, guys, there's my taking some off GDS. Why would I do that? Because look left, there's the next low looking left is 36.25, and we're almost there. So taking some off, and I could take. I could be that I'm going to be out of this because I mean there's a couple of not the BYON, sorry, the GDS. There are a couple of I mean, if it got through that, then the next low is 35. So I mean, 35.80. So we're getting close to a potential support area, in my opinion. Anyway, pretty quiet, guys. No questions, no nothing. Good time to ask if you have any. I'm really just kind of biding my time. Boy, another new low for LI. Look at this. Look at this bar. So will this be the support area? This is the low looking left of that bar, 26.97. So we're almost right there. Will that hold it up? Obviously, this didn't. When you look left, this didn't. This didn't. This didn't. Will this? takes that out, then you've got 26.59 underneath, and then you've got a couple of daily lows. I mean, at some point, you would think this is going to bounce, but when? So this is actually a gap down, and reversal play. Okay, it's obviously way late from the big move, but the next high, this was yesterday's big deal, 46.41. So there's a ton of room. You guys are talking about Sofi. That was a big one. Amazing. I'm trying to type on my phantom keyboard. I have to. Okay, Sofi. Yeah. So you see, this would not show up on the gap down, gap up, and reversal unless it took this out. You see, this is remember the trigger is a new low of the day with the other filters in place, of course, but the trigger is a new low of the day. So this is the problem sometimes when you get some huge bar, because then in order to see it, you'd have to see it has to get down to 23. So that's why I was saying there's a variation of this. In fact, you know what I'm going to do? I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to bring this one. I'm going to show you what I'm talking about, but only have the one scan in it. I'm going to show you what I'm talking about. Gap reversals 5 minutes. Okay, 5 minutes. So I don't. So you don't have to wait. You don't have to wait for it to take out the low of the day in a case like that. But what I'm going to do is I only want to see the one gap down, and so I only want to see the one scan in it. The gap. I'm sorry. I want to see this one. The gap up and reverse. What I don't want to do though is overload myself with all sorts of different scans. Well, all I know about ANPA is that it was super active for the last few days, but I can't predict if it's going to. Yeah, I mean, it looks great. I mean, it doesn't trade very much, so I mean, the spread is actually not terrible right now. It's not terrible, but it doesn't trade very much. But so it's obvious. I don't know what they do. I mean, I guess I can look up. We don't have. What do they even do? Must be some kind of I mean, I can't tell from Rich Sparkle. Are they into altcoins or Bitcoin or for whatever reason we don't have a profile? But this stock has come from not that long ago from $3 to so it's a 10 bagger in July in 2 weeks. At some point, you would think there might be some huge profit taking, but when that's going to happen, I don't know. So, it's hard. It's just that yesterday looked like maybe that was going to be the day, right? A lot of profit taking, maybe. And if it had continued down today, you would have thought, but good resiliency. Good question about it. Good resiliency. All-time high right here. What do they actually do? I don't, for whatever reason, it's an IPO. It looks like an IPO from back here, or a symbol name change, or a SPAC. This is early July. I can't tell by. Yeah, we don't have a country, so we don't have a country flag. So here's your big worry on something like this. We've seen these China stocks do something like this, and all of a sudden, I'm not saying it's going to happen, and then all of a sudden they get halted, and we saw a few halted at $40, and it opens under a dollar. I'm not saying it's going to happen. Don't have the country flag here at all. I have no information on it at all. No information on it at all. So if it's a China company, you got to be really careful of these more expensive ones, in my opinion. The crazy little ones, the low floaters. I mean, I'm not saying you're not safe, but this type of stock, if it's a China stock, I'd be really careful. Look at the PHG. It actually turned around a little bit. You should really find out what it's. I don't know if you're in it. I think you've asked this, or some others have asked about it. I know Baba, I think, has but the fact that we can't even find any in the profile section, initial pub. So it was an IPO, a real cheap one. A $5 million IPO fuel AI innovation and U.S. expansion. So anyway, it is Hong Kong. Okay, so I'd be really, really, really careful. Okay, so you're already in it. So I'm assuming when you say it's difficult to see how to get out due to its volatility. Well, so what's early? Like what price are you in? I mean, you can get out of it right now if you want. Oh, just be careful. That's all I'm going to say. Listen, not a financial advisor, okay? Because I don't want to tell you to sell, and then the next tomorrow it's up at 100. What I just can't, Pepe. Do you remember the name? A couple of those China stocks, the names of them, that just so I can show what can happen to these China stocks that are very, start getting into the 30, 40, 50 level. And, out of nowhere. And now this is a little more parabolic. Some of them were just inching up, 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 look beautiful, just beautiful. And all of a sudden, one day, they got halted and they opened like $4 or under a dollar even. And these were like $40 stocks. Not saying it's going to happen for this one, but you got a 10 bagger. I mean, I'd be certainly taking some profit. I don't care. I mean, the spread 32.40. Who cares? You get out some at 32.40. But I shouldn't say that. I shouldn't say that. It's got to be up to you. I'm not a financial advisor. Oh man, see what I did? I got out of a stock because of boredom. I always say don't trade out of boredom, but don't get out of a stock because of boredom. Now look at the PHG. Not bad at all. Wow, 11:42 already, guys. So, yeah, so I'll be sticking around till noon, new hours, if you will. Now, I will definitely stay until 2:30 every day. Okay. I may stay later. I did stay a little bit later. There were questions. I'll always stay later if there are questions. But when I do leave, the room is closed. William is taking a bunch of time off. So, well, what more would you want? Uh, and it's a triple for you right now, but it's up to you, Naya Kim. It's up to you. I just wish I could show you that there were about three China stocks that were up, in the 30, 40, $50 range, and then all of a sudden they just get halted. And it was a new, well, it wasn't even a volatility, it was like a news halt almost, and they were halted almost all day. We're looking again. I'm not trying. Well, I am trying to scare you, I suppose, but just so you're aware, and you saw the halt price at 20. Let's just say, for argument's sake, it was halted at 40, and then this column, which was showing where it would open, was like at 80 cents. So, I'm not saying it's going to happen with your ANCA. Son of, I used to rely on draw to fill in the blanks. I missed the UCTT. I missed the UCTT, guys. Yeah, right. No bueno, which is really grumpy. All right. Now the problem I've got is it's 11:45 and it's getting, well, I have 15 minutes, but this is just showing up now. The KNSA. KNSA is showing up at 29.64. Okay. So it's still hanging around that area. So, I mean, it's a matter, look at the room. I'll put a price alert at the low of the day, 29.60. But I'm taking my break, but because look left, huge amount of room underneath, 26.51 is the next low. But whatever you do, absolutely, whatever you do, Nayakam, good luck. Are you new to trading? Is that when you were born in 2017? Uh, you a child prodigy? Give me a moment, guys, as I just want to check to see if it is Steve who will be taking over. Somebody mentioned Bull, right? Yeah, so it's getting close, guys. Okay, so if you got the email, let me make sure it's Steve, because then you can ask him about his idea about the trade of the week. Okay, so yeah, his idea was to wait for a pullback on bull, okay, and close to 14. So I mean, it's getting there. That was his idea, and then you take it on the pullback close to 14. Oh, it's going to be Chris. Okay, it'll be Chris again. So Steve will be on Thursday. Okay. Boy, another one, guys. Serepta, another gap up, and reversal. Okay, give me a moment. Okay, Serepta and stem was a gap down and go. It paused, and now it's moving down again. I just like the shorts. I just like the shorts. And it's not, I mean, look, the market is down, but it's not crashing or anything like that. It's not like the Dow is down 500 and the Qs are down 300 and the SPY is down 10. Not like that at all. These are just nice reversal plays. This is actually, I have another scan. I may bring it back. I don't want to overload myself though. Our stocks that were up big yesterday, down big today, or down big yesterday and up big today, just sort of reversals on the daily. And just forget about all these crazy ones. Jason, yes, I do. Okay, so Jason asked for exactly that. Now you can modify it, of course. Let me give it to you. This is in our YouTube room. So let me just find it. Okay. This was a multi strategy window, I think. Yeah. So you can take a look at it, Jason, and okay, you can take a look at it. There are two. Yeah, it's a multi-strategy. Yeah, it has to be because one is up big yesterday, down big today, and then excuse me, just the reverse. So you can take a look at it. You can adjust it, your price range, whatever you want. Well, I still there's probably I don't people don't even know yet really that I'm streaming again. They wait till now noon, but I'm sure it'll build up a bit. So this is what this one looks like now. The gap reversal is 5 minutes, okay? So you're going to get all the filters are still in place. It had to gap a certain amount. Well, I'll show you, okay? I'll just show you what it looks like. Just break out and you can always adjust it to your style of trading, but these are the filters that are in place, okay? So right now, in fact, what I might do is up that to $60. But anyway, 50 cents a minimum 300,000 shares. So here's the gap. Okay, it had to be at least 50 cents. The first print of the day, the first trade of the day, had to be 50 cents above the yesterday's close, and that also has to be at least 4%. So there's two components. Okay, and in the one on my homepage, the alert is a new low of the day. What I'm looking at now is a 5 minute low. Hopefully that makes sense. But the gap still is in place. Okay, it has to be at least a 50 cent gap, and that has to represent at least 4%. Otherwise, I don't want something that's gapped up a dime. That's the first print of the day, and it's a dime above yesterday's high. So I want something that is gapped up. It gives us, which when you think about it, the bigger the gap, maybe the bigger the fall. All right, guys. Not 11:55, so I'm just waiting for Chris to show up in our YouTube room, usually right around noon. So I'll put my announcement up here so I'm prepared for when Chris shows up. Okay, so I'm still here. I'm just going to wait for Chris to show up right around noon, and then I'll take my break and over YouTube to Chris. So you know what? I mean, there's more continuity now. Before take my break at quarter to 12. I'm not sure why I started doing that. Then there'd be sort of dead air for 15 minutes. Nobody was in YouTube until noon. So okay, so Excel now is a gap down and go. Okay, now it's been a little choppy. It had a pull up here, but now it's making a new low for the day. Okay, making a new low for the day, and it's below the VWAP. Sorry, the VWAP. It's below the 200-day moving average, which is 3704. So it's below that. Now, where could it go? Take a look at the weekly chart. So the next low on the weekly chart is 3626. So, it's got some room, at least on the weekly chart, to the next low. I'm still waiting on this BYON, guys. I mean, unfortunately, may happen when I'm on my break, but I'm still waiting to see if it get down to about, maybe the 984, 984. Okay, clear that, clear that low, because remember you have to look at the daily chart, because that's the low I want it to clear in a bigger way, because it does have room down to 917. Not saying it's going to get there, of course, but it would have some room. And this is an earnings play, so this is the old this overstock or something. Overstock bought these guys, or I can't remember what happened. This is beyond Bed Bath and Beyond, but Overstock bought the rights or something.
It very well could be.
Ah, there we go. Okay. Okay, guys, just give me a moment, Chris.
You got it.
Okay, guys, so Chris is in our YouTube room now. Before I leave, I'll give me a moment, Chris. I forgot to put the YouTube link in. Okay, guys, so in the main room, I put the YouTube link in so you can head over and listen to Chris. He's there right now. And let me get rid of my music, Chris, so I can hear you a little more clearly. There we go. Okay. Mr. Varley.
It's just like old times.
I know. I did miss it. I really did miss it talking to you guys. Tomorrow will be interesting. Dan. I haven't talked to Dan for a long time. So
Indeed.
Yeah. So I guess so all I have to do is mute myself and then mute you. And then I don't hear you for a while till I get back.
That's it.
And that is, I'm going to make sure. Okay. So I'll mute myself now, Chris.
Okie dokie.
And I'll probably show up, 10 to 1, 5 to 1.
Sounds good. I'll be here. No rush.
Okay. Okay. Bye-bye.
Have a good break, Barry. So, all right, folks. Happy Tuesday. You get me 2 days in a row here. Alrighty, folks. So happy Tuesday. You get me 2 days in a row here. Not a whole lot going on. Gap up, fill the gap. I think Barry was trying to mute me so he didn't hear me, but he hit the other one. I'm not sure how to actually do that. I just tagged him with a message, so I was on mute for a second there. It was tag him with a message. A whole lot to comment on the day here. I pulled up my race scan and see a pretty good list here, so maybe we'll shoot through that. But through sharp, top 10. Good to see you. Thank you guys for being here. And anybody with questions, fire those questions in for me this next hour here, give or take. It's an open forum. I don't come with any pre-done content. Like and prefer when you folks drive the content with your questions. This way you're getting the help with what you need with the software, and just not me kind of aimlessly droning on about things you may not actually care about. However, if there are no questions, you got a little routine I like to go through. Change it up now and again, but we go through some of the movers and shakers of the day from the scans that I've got up. So with that said, I don't think there is anything else going on here as far as questions go for me at the moment. So yeah, you got WH here looks like a crazy day for that. Kind of come out of nowhere, maybe. Although looking back at the daily chart on this stock has that kind of personality. Some big spikes. So it's been running sideways, downward sideways over the last several months here. So just waiting for my drawing tool to load so I can illustrate what my brain is interpreting here. So, you got this run up here. It came out of nowhere. It was kind of flat for a bit there, and all of a sudden started coming up, and the volume really came up into it as well. And if we look here, you can see all these topping shadows and larger candle moves here throughout the history of the stock recently. So I'd say it's got that kind of personality. And it curled back over, really kind of gave it up at this point. Is it over? Who knows? Hard telling, not knowing. Let's look here. My thought, okay, let's see. I was instructed to ask how to set up screen with minimal filters. If you could, David, just give me anything to work with here. I mean, going to need something to work with. I mean, I could just make random stuff up, but I don't know that that's what you're going to want to see. We're just looking at filters. I could go with what I use on my defaults whenever I'm messing around with stuff. There's price, change from close, volume, and shares, things like that. So I could say stocks that are above $1, they're up 1% from the close, and they're traded one share on the day, and that'd be minimum. And then the next step with a top list is how you're going to sort it. You can look through here for the list of filters to sort it based on that from the server. You can see what you got in the sort already. Change from close is popular, and that would be it. That'd be minimum filters. And you get a list of 100 stocks that meet those filters plus the server sort. So that server sort means the top 100 based on the server sort would come into the scan. So if you had 1,000 stocks, you'd see the top 100 of those 1,000 stocks that met the scan right here. All right, so then we would just simply come back into the configure. Since price is already a filter in here, if price wasn't a filter in here, I would add it. In the search, I would go to find the filter, filter I want, add filter, and then I just give it the value. Bam, done. Press OK. It's going to tell me what I changed, and that's that. 30 to 80, same thing. So got the filter in there. It says 30 in the minimum column, 80 in the maximum column. Yep, I'm seeing, yes, they're 30 to 80, so that's what I put in there. Bout B down volume spike. I'm not sure what bout B down volume spike means there. You could maybe elaborate a little bit for me. We have volume filters, so if we come back to the search, volume happens to be at the top of the list here. And I could go with like a 5-minute volume filter here on the top list. On our alert windows, it's a 1-minute volume filter, but then you have to pick an alert, and it's not just doing filters. So you got to have the alert plus the filters. I could add that here, and I could say, over the last 5 minutes, this has got to be doing 1,000% of what it's normally doing, which would be 10 times what it's normally doing. Well, you do separate scans for breakouts and breakdowns. So then, how do you want the break? Do you want the breakdown, in the last 30 minutes, 5 minutes, 2 minutes, 10 minutes? So, change. I'd use those filters. So let's say it was the last 5 minutes change. I'm going to add that filter, and I'm going to use the show me function here. So if I press this, it'll tell me what the values I'm giving it to. So I think, what is it? -5. So we'll say stocks were down at least 5% in the last 5 minutes. And that would be a breakdown with big volume between those there. And let's see if that gives me anything. And no stocks meet the criteria of that scan. You could always make adjustments on it. I can I'd say down 1% with that volume there. Still nothing meeting it. So that's where the trial and error comes in the scan building. But essentially, once you've got the configure of a scan open, you search for what you'd be looking for in here, whether you want to scroll through and look, or you could give a type to see if it exists. You know, RSI, for example, or again, volume. Range. And you get each one of those there that are like that for the filter you were looking for, assuming we have the data point for it. If we don't return a data point, it would just mean that we don't have that for you. And that's the short ins and outs there. So you got other questions, let me know, of course. Top 10, my thoughts on Archon. My thoughts on Archon, it's not loading on my chart. There it goes. Took a moment there. Still taking a moment. Taking lots of moments. Take your time, Archon. It's not like we have anything to do here. So it looks like it's halted, moving up here. It's having itself a moment for whatever reason. You know, it's a massive chase at this point. 10 minutes or so, or give or take. It was down here at I don't know, three bucks and change. It's almost at $6 now, so it's certainly nothing I'd be going in for. Long term, it's a downtrend / sideways, so nothing doing there long term. You are welcome, David. And if you have more questions, David, get those in. Don't be shy. Don't be shy. And you know, I just to touch more on that. You know, scan building becomes one of these things. Like a Pandora's box almost. The more you get into it, the more there is for a while. And I think especially for newer users, it's good to explore the different data points that are in there. Use the help button. So I didn't mention that. Let me show you that real quick. This would be really good to show you. I apologize. Didn't think of this before. But if you're in the search and you're looking for something, and you say, gee, what does data point XYZ do? What does filter XYZ do? If you excuse me, if you click on it and you press the help button, you get a web page that looks like this, and it gives you, you know, definition and the ways that it's used and some examples and things like that. Usually pretty helpful. Once in a while, maybe it doesn't answer everything someone's looking for, of course, but should get you pretty good definition there, and a good look at what that filter is doing to help you understand it better. Should you have any questions regarding that? You know, some other things, maybe just real quick, since not a whole lot else is going on here. In the exchanges tab here, if you ever wanted to, you know, swap exchanges around, you can always add some of these ones that we have in here. If you ever wanted to, you know, create a watch list or something, you can go to like create new list down here, make a symbols list, and add it to the scan and tell it to, you know, follow only certain lists, so it's only looking at certain stocks. Or you could tell it exclude lists, so it excludes those stocks from it as well. We have a lot of pre-made symbol lists in here, and any ones you create will be in here too. And they'll say personal in a bracket. So like this here, my liked in the person, it says personal in that bracket there, right there. So those are the kinds of things that I'd be, you know, looking at as you're getting into the scan building. Again, your columns, that's going to be what you're displaying for data points here. And so on the left side, that's your selected column, what you're displaying. The right side will be default ones that exist as data points for columns but don't exist as filters. So that would be these up here that don't have the little icon next to it. And then anything you've recently used, or maybe it's being used in the scan but you don't have it displayed as a column, they'll be over here to send over to the selected columns table over on the left. But you could also search throughout here, and if you click any one of these and you push show as column there, it would put it in as a column that way as well too. Again, this is your server sort here. Biggest on top would mean, you know, up the most from the close in this case, right? or if I had price, it would be the highest price stocks. If I put smallest on top, it would, be down the most from the close, like that. And so that's the server side, bringing in, just because, you can only have X amount of stocks on a scan at once. And so let's just say you got 1,000 stocks to meet your scan. It's going to bring in the top 100. And so that's what it would bring on the top 100 based on your server sort in here. Once you have that scan going, there's the display sort. So right here on this scan, I've got it selected, and you can see that change from close column is indented a little bit. If you double click it a second time, it would put the smaller ones that are on here at the top, like that. And you could change that display sort on any of these. So you got the server sort and the display sort as well. Do I think we closed today above the 200-day Tesla? Oh, I have no idea. I don't look at Tesla, and I don't look at moving averages for the most part, especially the 200-day. But I also don't predict. But let's just look at it for fun. Certainly can't hurt to look at it. It won't help if this chart doesn't feel like loading either, but there seems to be a whole lot I can do about that. All right. So we got Tesla here. I guess I got to add a 200-day moving average to this. Or not, whatever. Okay. Wow, it just wants to go to 20,000 or 20. This is incredible. It will not let me do 200. Let's try this. Get rid of the picture-in-picture because I'm sure that's the issue, is the browser chart. Ah, look at that. Wonderful. Let's give it a red color so we can see it a little clearer here. So, well, it looks like it's below it right now. Oh, no, it tagged it and came back up on it. So, doesn't look like it cares about the 200-day, to be honest, very much, right? Rejected through here, pops over it, pops under it, pops over it, pops under it, pops over it, pops under it, pops over it. And so, it's hovering it, but it's not really respecting it, to be honest. That's, my kind of take there. That's my hot take on it. I'd say this looks kind of tied to the market-ish, right? Let's see how that overlaps on a SPY chart. We'll just wait for that chart to load. No big deal. Not like we're trying to educate people here or anything. So I'd say Tesla's holding up even better than the overall market at this point, no? Quite a bit. I left my drawing there from the Tesla chart. So, I won't be surprised either way. Of course, I have no thoughts or opinion if it will or will not close above the 200-day moving average. But I will say it doesn't respect the 200-day moving average. That's for sure. All right, all right. What else we got going on here? Get rid of that indicator. Move, save, close. Bring back that picture-in-picture chart. There we go. Huh. That's something. Guys, I want to take a picture of something because I just realized that this is really screwy on all my numbers here. For those keeping score at home. David, no need to apologize. That's what we're here for, to help you learn this. So yeah, channels have they have pre-made scans essentially. So you got a regular channel bar here. Let me bring this over. Let's showcase this a little better here. So if you go to new, you've got a channel bar. Where the heck is it? There we go. Channel bar. You have a dock channel bar. They're different. They don't have the same channels, and the formats change a bit and some stuff like that. Right. So you got those. And if you scroll down, you show more, and you get a whole bunch of different channels here. I'm going to expand this out this way so we can see them. You know, they have themes on them, you know, alpha predator stocks that are really, there's a number of like momentum type channels. So you got this momentum alpha predator here, stock surging, momentum channel, explosive winners. You're looking at similar stocks in different ways, essentially. Not everything will be exactly the same. You know, stocks with unusual options volumes, you get stocks that gapped up on the day. Traders Vault's going to be some scans that some of the folks that have worked here in the past or currently work here have created. After hours, you know, post market, pre market, obviously, you know, some different things like that in there. So those are the different channels they have. They're essentially what we call layouts. A layout's a conglomerate of scans and charts, single stock window, so on and so forth, things like that. And then we also have the dock channel bar. Pull that up. I'm going to look more like this right here. And same kind of idea. Got that show more. This, I can't expand the channel bar. I can. I lied. Just never did it before. You know, and it's got all this stuff kind of here as far as the channels go like that. And it's some similar things, not all exactly the same. And you go ahead and click on any one of those. Now, the dock channel bar, you know, it's just going to swap back and forth between the channels like that. With the regular channel bar, you can only have one loaded at a time. So if you're on the momentum, for example, and you swap to the unusual volume, unusual options, you know, then they'll close the momentum itself and it'll open the other one. You know, I'd say play with them. Take a look at them all. I think the explosive winners one is kind of the most, kind of the most popular one. So where the heck am I? Sorry, I'm trying to find what I'm. So I think this explosive winners one is probably the most popular one, then followed by this momentum one. Alpha Predator used to be one of the more popular ones. I think it's kind of fallen out of popularity since we put these two together. It's not that it's bad, I would say. I just think that this is finding ones that are moving a little more, and maybe this is finding ones that might have a little more volume, but not necessarily moving as much. That was kind of my take on it in the past, anyways. I don't use the channels myself anymore, so some of my take on this may be a little dated. But what I usually like to do is go by popular. I think that's kind of the way to do it. And then, being that you're new, you don't have to watch this now, but I want to share something with you. And you watch this on your own time, of course. Like if you want to watch it now, by all means, go ahead and watch it now. But I would say that hang here with me while I'm live, right? And then you could watch this later when there's no live help if you want. So what I gave you there is the education channel. And on the education channel, I did a getting started series. If you scroll down a little bit on it, you can see getting started with trade ideas. There's a number of things in here, right from your first startup in your login, top lists and alert windows, a little intro to charts, single stock window, intro to multi-strategy window, price alerts. And then I also did something with layouts. So I showed channels are their own layout and they're saved on our servers. So you can't make edits to the channel and have it saved in the channel, but you could make edits to a channel and save it to your own cloud. And then you would load that edited channel from your own cloud afterwards instead of the channel bar. And you could take pieces from each channel. You could say, oh, I like this scan from this channel, and I'll save it to my cloud. And I like this scan from that channel, I'll save it to my cloud. And I like this scan or this single stock window or this compare count window, so on and so forth from different channels. You save them all individually to your cloud, and you start with the fresh screen, you close everything out, and you can load each one of those individual scans together and create your own layout from the different scans. I go into that in the getting started with layouts there, that video as well. So, different things, ways to slice up the software. So you start to pull the individual components that you want. And then one thing I always tell people is big for me, and I think it's big for a lot of newer users. When I was a newer user, what I was using my first couple of weeks wasn't what I was using in my next couple of months, wasn't what I was using a year later, so on and so forth. Not that it changed huge dramatically all the time, but I was new. I didn't know anything about trading. I didn't know anything about the market and stuff like that. So, I was figuring out who I was as a trader. It took some time. And so, I'm watching stocks from these scans. I'm watching stocks from these scans. I'm building this kind of scan for myself, so on and so forth like that. And eventually you start to settle on some different items. And as time goes on, you just start to make little tweaks and changes. More popular than pre and aftermarket channels. I don't think the aftermarket channel is very popular, to be honest. The pre-market channel is very popular. I do think the explosive winner is the most popular of all the channels. Pre-market's probably second most popular. That's some older data there. I have to go do a bunch of digging for that to verify, but it's going to be 1 and 1A. It's not like one is going to be vastly more popular than the other. You do have a group of people that, whether they're veteran traders or they're newer traders, they only want to trade the pre-market. So you do have that crowd. Plus you have the people that are just doing pre-market work in general. So it's kind of a twofold into folks using the pre-market channel there. Versus the explosive winner is only going to be working in the regular hours like that. Close that out. Move that back over for now. So keep the questions coming. Keep the questions coming. Don't be shy. Don't be shy. So there's that Archon again. It's halted. It opened. Top 10 was asking about that before, so let's see what's happened since it opened. So it opened, got up above 6 just a little bit, shot way down here, down almost to $5 again, just shy of it. Shot back up even further over $6, almost $6.50. Shot back down here around 550, give or take, and that's kind of where it's living right now. So real volatile, a lot of volume still right there. Relative volumes going crazy, very liquid. 1 minute, 5 minute volumes going wild, all those things like that. So, yeah, this is where people, might start looking at it and is it settling it into an area where I could buy for another pop, or is it settling it into an area where I can short to take it down another leg? Who's going to be right, the shorts or the longs? Time will only tell. Time will only tell with that as far as Archon goes. Let's see. HOUS, that looks like it's about to win one here. It's won 8 races on the day. We can see right here for me. Just kind of grinding higher, up about 10% from yesterday, 15% from the open. So gapped way down, traded down a bit, and reversed pretty strong in that first 5 minutes there. A little wobbly there, the next 15, give or take, and just kind of grinding along for the rest of the day so far here. So pretty liquid stock. Got a 1.8 million shares traded on that. So looks like an earnings play from the pre-market here. And again, anybody with questions, do not be shy. Do not be shy. Please get those questions in for me. That's what we're here for. Let's move along. Archon, talk to HWH, REPL. What are you doing? What do you got going on? So it's got earnings in a couple days from now, it looks like. Gap down the other day, real big time. That's tough. That's tough. This is probably a some kind of therapeutic pharmaceutical, right? I'm guessing clinical stage biotechnology company. So I'm guessing they got delivered some not so favorable news from either a clinical study or whatever governing bodies out there are regulating medicines these days. So clearly some unfavorable news there right before earnings too. This is why biotechs and pharmaceuticals are tough to swing trade. These can happen pretty often, actually. Ruin your day and your portfolio, of course. So, real tough one there. But anyways, grinding higher as a day trade today. Up 15% from yesterday's close. SCNI. So I didn't click it. Let's try that again. There it goes. You can load. I know you can do it. Great job. So it looks like it had itself a nice little gap up there and a move up, pulled down. Was able to hold that opening body of the candle there. 5 minutes. Moved itself back up and given it all up at this point, and then some. Just about filled the gap there, it looks like, from yesterday. Topping, bottoming shadows, ugly looking trade, ugly looking stock right there. Terrible looking chart. And, I talked at the beginning of this, stocks have personality. Well, look at this. Gapped up, traded down. Gapped up, traded down. Gapped up, traded up before finishing down. Gapped up, traded down. More of the same. And littler ones too, all over the place. You can see here a bunch of gap up candles that traded down on the day. So that is this stock's MO in life. SLRX. Who are you? What are you doing? Little gap up right there. Guessing this thing might have got halted a time or two. Nah, maybe not. Same thing here. Another stock with some personality. Real pumper dumpers today. 2 million in the float. I think the other one had 800,000 in the float. So look, doing it all through here a bunch of times here. So again, another stock with some personality of making tough trades. Just maybe if you're to the short side, it's not so tough, right? MCVT, who are you? What are you doing? And again, folks, don't be shy. Get some questions in here for me if you have. So this thing's been real active recently. It's kind of more or less running itself sideways at this point, though. But I would say gap down slightly, traded down, it's grinding higher a bit, and I just kind of gave up a little bit, grinding sideways here. Still liquid, plenty of volume, liquidity, all that in there, but not a lot exciting going on the price action at this point here. But you never know. You never know. NTCL. Something similar here. A little gap up, flew itself up, gave it up. So we're seeing a lot of this here. A lot of pumper and dumpers out there today for sure. Another 5 million in float stock like that. Not real liquid, 750,000. So it looks like they ran that thing up, pulled the ripcord, and just a slow trickle for the rest of the day, I would bet. DRRX. That's a sizable gap up right there. Under $1 to just under 2. Traded well up over 2. Fading the rest of the day at this point. Guessing they must have had some kind of news. 27 million in the float. 27 million in change. I don't imagine there's anybody out pumping this stock, to be honest. The stock doesn't look like it has much of a history of doing this, at least recently. It just chops and grinds a lot, more kind of typical than not. And let's go last but not least, LASR. It's found itself grinding higher a bit here for a while today. Something happened. Rug came right out from under, empty elevator shaft down, trying to grind back and fill that big move down. Nothing crazy going on as far as liquidity, but it is trading a bit more than it normally does at this point. You can see here also illustrated. Here's kind of your like average-ish volume, probably give or take. So a little bit up that. We've been on and off for a bit here, so maybe someone's interested in this for some reason. Not a huge float either. Again, 45 million in that float. Not tiny, but certainly not large by any stretch of my imagination. Yep, user's guide's on the education page as well. That is correct. Inside the user's guide is a different Getting Started series. They're very similar. We've gotten some feedback that people wanted to have a person's voice versus the robotic voice. They felt it more welcoming and whatnot. So I took a few minutes and made a more personable Getting Started series. I'm one of those people when I'm learning something, I don't really care what the voice is, as long as it's not like literally nails on a chalkboard or something. But, listen to the feedback. And I said, I got a little time here. Why don't I whip up something that's kind of being requested here by a number of folks taking a shot at us. So that's what I did with that there. Oh, thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah, I think the other series is great. I'm always very critical of my work, so I never really, I think the other one, is very, very to the point, very concise, not any nonsense fillers. They're short videos, really get you to where you need to go. I thought they were great when it was Stephanie that did them. Got to be like 2.5 years ago at least or more. Time flies, Time flies. So again, anybody with questions, don't be shy. Kind of rounded out that top 10 with that scan there. There's not a whole lot else for me to discuss right now. I mean, we looked at the market yesterday, didn't we? I feel like somehow I discuss the market every day. I mean, it's just not a lot goes on some days. Day to day, there aren't always things going on in the market to discuss. You got your talking heads out there that have to be talking about it all the time on different media outlets and whatnot. That's their job, and my my forte is more about the software than anything else. But here we are. I mean, see, the recovery was even steeper than the drop, to be honest. And just still kind of grinding higher. Obviously, we're down a whole 0.25% today, so I'm sure we'll have every bear and their mother out there screaming that the crash is coming. But that's what they do. They like to be wrong 99.9% of the time and tell you how awesome they are, and the less than 1% when they're right. I do know, seasonality, for those that pay attention to seasonality. August is a weak month, followed by September. That's a weak month. So, we've been grinding higher for months and months and months. And got, this grind from here into those new all-time highs. We've just been grinding out new all-time highs last couple of weeks here. So should we have some kind of pullback, I don't think it comes to any surprise to anybody. But one thing I do like to always say is we're not due for anything. People will be like, oh, but we've been up so many months in a row, we're due for a pullback. We're not due for anything. Market's due to do what it's going to do. It's not due to pull back because it's up X amount of days or been above a moving average X amount of days or anything like that. Those are fun facts, and they, at the end of the day, kind of mean nothing. One of the challenges is building your own layout. Any tips? Whole bunch of windows and then have to place them on template sizing is tough. I think one of my keys would be figuring out your charts first, right? How many charts you truly, truly, truly need, right? Sizing those appropriately with the time frames and obviously moving averages, indicators, whatever you're putting on there, right? I think that becomes one big part of it. And then if you're using multiple alert windows, make sure you utilize the multi-strategy window, right, to save yourself some space for sure. And then from there, I would say if you're still searching exactly what you're scanning for and you're still building scans out, have your, call it your one or two maybe core scans that you don't think you're going to be making much changes on anyways. And if you're going to change those, you got to change them out for something else that you may consider swapping them for a different set of core scans. And then maybe having another one or two scans. Again, it's going to depend on how many charts you have, how big those charts are, so on and so forth. But, trying to live somewhere in between, I'd say 4 and 6 scans. Someone might say it doesn't sound like a lot, but if you got 4 to 6 scans and each scan is alerting, got hundreds of alerts on it, realistically, how many stocks can you truly, truly look at in a day and make some solid decisions off of, right? So, those are the kinds of things that I would point towards. And then I wouldn't necessarily kill a layout either. If you have a layout that you like and maybe you're just trying to figure out a tweak for it, keep a version of that layout saved. Then start to make some tweaks and save the tweaked version, right? And maybe do a little comparing and contrasting, how one might be better than the other and how you could somehow make some compromises and blends to bring them both together a little more for yourself. Those are the kinds of things that, I would be thinking of. Any chance I could do a quick layout setup as an example? Yeah, absolutely. Let me, oh, gee whiz, what am I going to do here? yeah, I don't know, I'm just going to close all this stuff, really, to be honest. I'll just load my layout back later. I'll just close out all these things. And so let's just say all I've got is the menu bar here, right? One approach I might take is if we came to the channel bar, and I might say, oh wait, I might have to change something on this. Let's see what happens here. All right, no, worked just fine. All right, so I'm in the explosive winners channel, and I say, gee, I really like the winners watcher scan here. So I'd go and I'd save or share to cloud. I'm gonna save that one. And I'm scrolling through, and I'd say, I'm looking at the momentum channel, and Extreme Master Blaster. I really like this one. It's a multi-strategy with a bunch of different things for some good movement stuff. I'll right-click that, save or share to that to the cloud here. And then let's just say I was in a, let me get rid of these real fast because I don't want to overload my system. When I stream, it really struggles. Now let's say I was looking at a dock channel bar too, right? So I got a couple things saved, and I'm in the dock channel bar now. And I say, maybe I like something I might like from here. Short squeeze channel. I'm in the short squeeze channel, and I say, oh, geez, the squeeze me scan I like. Well, because I'm in this channel here like this, and this is docked, well, I'd have to do this. I'm going to right-click this and duplicate it into a free floating window. Now I can save it out of the dock to the cloud. So right-click, save or share to cloud, save that. Biggity bang, I've got that done. And maybe I like the, all right, let's see, ETF, is there sector? Yeah, sector status. And I'm looking at the sector status channel here. And maybe I like to keep an eye on the financials. So I'm going to right-click the financials here. I'm going to duplicate that into a free floating window. I'm going to right-click that and save or share that to the cloud. All right, now I've got a couple scans that are all up in there. I'm going to close this. There we go. And I'd start going like this. File, load from cloud. We got a topless scan there. The financials topless scan. So now I've got that loaded. I'm just going to pull that to the side. File, load from cloud. Squeeze me was a topless. I'll load that. I'm just going to pull that to the side. So I create space for the moment, get these all loaded, then we can organize them. Extreme Master Blaster was a multi-strategy that I took. File, load from cloud. And Winner's Watcher was another multi-window that I took here. So, all right, I got that going on. Those are scans that I want. I got some charts, new. Go to chart. Let's load that up. I'm going to go 2 charts here, new. I'm not a big chart person. Like, I don't need a lot of charts. I'm not looking at 30 stocks at once. I'm usually looking at one stock at a time, really. So I've got those there, and they're defaulted to be the same. So I'm going to leave this as daily here. And maybe I'm going to turn this one into 5-minute time frame. There we go. So now I've got a 5-minute time frame on there, and I've got a daily time frame on there, and I can start to organize a little bit. We're gonna put the squeeze me there. I'll put this Extreme Master Blaster here. I'll put this Winner's Watcher just below there and stretch that out a little bit. And the financials, I'm gonna let them live out here. And then maybe I say, I want a single stock window, new. I'm gonna go single stock window. I'll bring that in here like that. And I could always make any edits in the configure. I could search and add columns if I want to by selecting column, click show column. And then I could order the columns how I want. And if there's something I don't want, in the selected columns, I could take it and move it from left to right. So I get rid of that column. I got my single stock window. If I wanted to add a compare count window, same thing, go to new, compare count window. I'm just going to press OK. I'm not going to build it out, but then I got my compare count window here. And that's where I would go with that. So if you press save and share to cloud, I'll go over a few things here with that. If you right click something and save and share to cloud, if you just save it here and do that, not just up in your cloud. So if you go to file, load from cloud, you just You can load it by clicking on it and load it. But you can also save the whole layout too. So I go File, Save or Share to Cloud. I can click this layout button here. I'll give it a name, whatever I want, save it, and then it's a layout. And you can only load one layout at a time. You may have a conglomerate of windows you want to load into other layouts at times. So you could, like, let's say I wanted to load Squeeze Me, Extreme Master Blaster, and the financials all in one shot, but I don't want it as a layout. I just want those 3 windows to load together. I'd right click one of them, Save or Share to Cloud. And now I got to find them here and put check marks in them. See, I got a check mark in Squeeze Me. Now I put a check mark in Extreme Master Blaster. Now I got a check mark in the Trade Ideas Winner. No, we said the ETF as the example here, the XLF. There we go. So now I'm going to rename this and call it, my 3 scans. That's what I'm giving it for a name there. Save that. Now watch this. If I close everything out, and I go File, Load from Cloud. And you can also see here, see how each one of these has a little icon next to it, that TI right there? That means it's either a conglomerate of scans or a layout. This is a chart. Top list for the T, M for the multi-window, and A would be a multi-strategy window. Checker flag for the race. This little check marky thing for the compare count window, so on and so forth. Anyways, let's go with my 3 scans. I'm going to load them. I'm going to load just exactly how I'd save them, just like that. Bang, 1, 2, 3, just like that. So it's a way you can, have multiple scans load at the same time without closing a layout necessarily. The other big thing that I would suggest is just be careful. There are limits to how many windows you can have open, and it's not a finite amount because not every window is created equal. The more data points you're using in a window, the more resources it takes. So if you have 10 windows that are using tons of resources, it's not the same as 10 windows that are using almost no resources, right? So those are the kinds of things just to be careful, make sure you're really paying attention to. There's trial and error with these things. I mean, generally speaking, you can't hurt anything. It's not like, you're going to melt down the software or something. You may run yourself into, you've got it so overloaded, the software bugs out a little bit. You give it a force quit and you start back over again and move forward from there with the layouts and the scans and things like that. But it's not like, you're not going to, quote, break the software. I mean, on occasion errors happen and things like that. If you got something crazy going on, make sure you shoot us an email and see if we can't get you troubleshoot and work out whatever you got going on. More times than not, usually it's pretty easy, an email or two, and we've got you sorted out. Once in a while, there's a bigger situation. It does happen. We don't find it very fun, but work as quickly as we can to get you through it, of course. So, all right, what do we got going on? Look at that. It's 12:52 already. Holy cow. Time be flying today. Time sure be flying today. So we got a couple of minutes left here before Barry comes back in, take things over again. Please don't be shy if you got a few last minute questions for me. That's what we're here for, We'll make sure you guys get the direction you need to be pointed in with the questions that you have on the software. So again, a couple minutes left. Don't be shy. I got a question in here. Yeah, sorry. If that, yeah, always. If I go fast, pause me or say, hey, I was keeping up right up until this part, and can we go back over this part or anything like that? Don't be shy about that. Oh, you're very welcome. Net trading, absolutely, absolutely. All right, so I guess I'm gonna close this stuff down here. I'll load my regular layout back up. File layout, default layout. There we go. Excelente. CTOR, we didn't see you on a scan before. We'll move back to a 5-minute chart. 60 is a little tough for momentum stocks. Grinding higher. Didn't see it before because, well, no, that's not true. Won earlier race. It shot over $2 there, so over 1 million shares traded there. It's kind of just grinding along here. It ran itself up a little over a month ago, give or take. It was moving from a sub-dollar stock all the way up just over 6 before coming unwound right there. Citrus Oncology, so clearly in the medical space. Non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. All right. I hear a whisper.
That was the old days, right? A little.
Yep.
Oh my. Well, Chris, I just it's interesting what you said about maybe having different kind of different layouts by creating a giant multi-strategy window with a lot of different scans in them, or I guess strategies in them, and just loading the ones you want for that day, or even changing it up during the day, but not having too many, because otherwise you'll just have too much information coming at you. That was I'd never even thought of that.
Yeah, analysis paralysis for me, anyways. Look, I have so much stuff on my screen just to fill space, but I don't use much what's here anymore.
Mm-hmm.
But
I'm surprised you've got 3 races going.
Yeah.
Not surprised because you're using races, but it's I found that the races were probably that and go no go were the two things that really slowed down my system.
Yeah, I've been thinking about pulling them off again for that reason. The only time I have real problems is when I'm streaming. When I'm not streaming, things are pretty decent.
Right.
And a dirty little secret between me, you, and the allegedly 128 people watching the stream. I don't use these browser charts when I'm not streaming. I like the old legacy charts too.
Okay.
But when I stream, I put the browser charts up. So, between those things like that, mostly I'm okay. Once in a while, I run into some stuff, like little hitches on the chart slowing on me, loading. But outside of that, it's mostly all right. So since I decided to give up day trading for the most part, I'm not overly concerned on all those things.
Right. Well, I'm almost ecstatic the fact that I can stream into YouTube again, and it doesn't have any effect on my machine.
Yeah, what's funny is yesterday I had no issues. Yesterday I was like snappy. I didn't have to close anything. Today I had to close. I had closed Slack, and I had 2 different brokers open, and I closed them both because it was slowing insanely on me today. But I don't get it. Like I had all the same stuff open yesterday. I didn't change anything from yesterday to today. Gremlins,
that's all I thing, isn't it?
But
what's happened is that my sound in the other room now is the way it's supposed to be. My audio is the way it's supposed to be
Oh,
now that I'm streaming in YouTube. If that makes no sense at all.
when it
So my
comes to
sound,
anything that's Microsoft related, nothing ever makes sense to me. So we could just, you know.
well, but I don't. Well, we'll see anyway.
Not that I
this
think
is the
Apple's any
second
better.
day.
Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
I have my own beef with Apple too. So, but
Yes, you have.
they're different. They're different beefs, both of them.
Okay, Chris, I'll take over.
Okie
So
dokie.
as I did yesterday, so add to stage, but you have to get rid of.
Yeah,
So you
I'll
have
remove
to.
myself.
Okay.
So now you can just bring in your.
There we are.
Yep, you got the screen, and I'll just skedaddle out of here, and you're rocking and rolling.
All right.
All right. Thanks, everybody.
Oh,
Thanks,
before
Barry.
you go.
Yes.
So Dan has his own stream, so it would not.
Well, he's just used to starting his own stream at noon Eastern every day. He's not familiar with StreamYard as much as we are, I don't think. You know, I've been playing around with it for years now, and you've been in and out of it for a couple of years. So Steve just has, you know, has shown him, you come in, you start your stream like this, and then you just end it at the very end of it. He's never passed a stream back and forth or anything like that. So
that won't affect me. I'll still do exactly what I just did now. Wait for him to stop, and then.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't see why it should have an impact on anything.
Okay. Well, we'll find out tomorrow.
Yeah. If nothing else, I'll be around tomorrow anyway. So.
Okay. Cool. Okay. Right. Thanks.
Take care, everybody. Thanks, Barry. Talk to you later. Bye-bye.
All right, guys, I'm back in both rooms now. Now, interesting. I mean, did you see this scan? But I'm also looking at the gap down and reversals now. It's the reversals that I'm more interested in as opposed to the goes, the gap down and go, or the gap up and go. I mean, I'm going to have to actually watch some of the gap down and reversals. Also, I'd have to check to see how well they did. But I'm looking at HLIT. There's a gap down and reverse. Beautiful. I mean, a nice steady progression up in both the 5 and the 15. Let's see. And now look at the Serepta, though, the gap up and reverse. I mean, the Serepta. But the other one I was looking at while I was on my break, I didn't take it because it was on my break, but the BYON actually did work pretty well. It would have given me about 30 or 40 cents had I not been on my break. Let me see where it... Yeah, I mean, this is still working. I mean, you know, my idea was to take it at about 988, 86 in that area, breaking down underneath the low yesterday. And so, you know, that would have been what, a 30-cent move and maybe more. I mean, there's your next low. So I'm pretty sort of tied into these scans right now, guys, and not what you're seeing on my screen. So, I mean, there's nothing wrong with these, but you know, I'm just way more in tune with these other ones. And again, I am sharing them. Now, I see that Archon, again, at 1206, yeah, from the Pepe combo scan, that would have been pretty darn good. 484 before it pulled back, got up to, well, before it pulled back, got up to 7. My goodness. So, yeah, there are some rocket ships out there that I'm not getting into. But I'm really, really happy with the sort of the steady decline of these other ones that I'm looking at. They're just a lot easier psyche-wise to hold on to. That's for me anyway. Now, somebody was talking about the NTHI earlier, and yeah, it's well, it's at least it's above yesterday's high. What is the yellow line? Are you talking about this orangey? On what chart, JTB? Are you talking to me? What yellow line is on the chart? This is from our main room, JTB. There's no yellow line in this chart, so I don't know what chart you were referring to. BY, I think it was, I don't think I had Beyond Meetup. I think you're talking about the other one. I think you are. I think you're talking about this one, sorry. BYON? Oh, you're talking about this? That means it was an earnings play. Okay, that's just earnings. It's just a designation. Okay. Earnings, you see a little E there. So released earnings after hours yesterday. That's what the yellow line is. It's automatic. I still think it's automatic. I don't think I'm not sure there's yeah, it's automatic. Well, let's see. Again, I'm not paying attention to these. So here's another. Now this is a gap up and go. I mean, it's obviously from this point on, awesome. Another earnings play. You can see how many earnings plays. That's the only issue. When we get out of earnings season, we're certainly not going to get so many, which is not necessarily, that's not bad, but a lot of these are earnings plays. Last time I looked at STAI, I think it was down at the 31% mark. So that means it's had to have some kind of a run. Yeah. All right, guys. Well, I'll go over my homepage one last time, including the scans that I'm currently sharing, including the scans you cannot see. They're on my other monitor. Okay, so clicking on my homepage link, as always, at the very top, there's a way in which you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. You'll get 15% off the first month only, or the entire year. All I ask, use my code. Whatever the code is, it will be the latest discount, so you don't have to worry about that. And but use the code. The room gets credit for the subscription, and more. The company tracks all this, so the more they see my code being used, they're going to keep the room free. Trade of the week. Let's see what it's doing now. Did it? Well, it's basically where Steve wanted it. Okay, so the trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. And this week's trade of the week, a little bit different. He said, wait for a pullback to around the 14 level. That's what he said. Now, it's up to you, of course, if you want to take the trade, but that's what he was talking about. So it's kind of right there. Now, if you take the trade, That's up to you, of course. Looks like it's been of a downturn, but anyway, that is the idea behind this week's trade of the week. So my guess, in my opinion, it is triggered. Yeah, well, in fact, it definitely is triggered because it actually got down to 13.90. So if you waited right for 14, this is triggered. How you trade it, if you trade it, of course, is up to you. These are designed for longer term holds, but again, how you trade it, if you trade it, up to you. If you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't think you're getting it, before you contact us, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Education section. In the education section, this is important. This is the first thing you have to do if you do take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. Getting started with Trade Ideas, that will get you started. And I think I don't know if I stretch this out. Maybe I don't know how many videos there are, like eight or nine, seven to nine short videos. Okay. And if you don't have trade ideas, I think this is what you can do, what you should do, in my opinion. If you're sort of sitting on the fence, wondering about this program, is this the right fit for me? Well, take a look at the videos. You don't have to look at the first one, but look at the subsequent ones. This will give you an idea about the capabilities of trade ideas, whether or not it's the right program for you before you just take out a subscription. Okay. Back to basics. New to trading, another free series of videos for those of you who are new to trading. Again, you don't have to be a member of Trade Ideas to have access to this. My scans. So if you clicked on my homepage link and you're looking for my scans, middle section, here they are. So momentum scan is here. These two, the 5-minute, the 2-minute, are here. Pulse resumes down here. The single stock window is right there. But I've been talking about this, and I'll continue to talk about this probably for another at least a month while we're in earnings season. But the gap continuation or reversal scan is right here. And also, I do have this one also up and running. You have normal option activity plus the 10-day daily breakdown. That they combo scan. Okay. I mean, there's some really good gap up and goes too. I mean, it's it's just that I'm you can't take them all, obviously. So I'm trying to concentrate just on the reversals right now. But if you have any questions about any of these, ask away. And remember, this is a support room also. It's not just the 12 to 1 period that Chris, Steve, not Jamie, Andy, Dan is a little bit different tomorrow on Wednesday. It's not so much a Q&A. Well, it is a Q&A, but not in the same way. People, I think, when they're talking to Chris, Steve, and Andy, are looking for scans and things like that. But anyway, you can ask me questions all day long. This is not bad. This is a gap down and go. Okay. Problem is, well, number one, it's right at that low there. So I'd have to take that out. The next low is not that far away. I mean, 39.70. I mean, that's what, 50 cents away, which would be if I knew it would go 50 cents. Sure. Take it right now and wait for it to hit that. But I don't know what's going to do that. It may even stall at the whole number. So that's, just because I get these alerts on a scan that I do like doesn't mean I just pile into every single trade. I have to look at the chart. Well, guys, quiet day for questions now. I mean, these are great moves. I mean, the alert for UCTT was at 24.49. Before it pulled up a little bit, you had a chance to watch it and then take it at that 24.49 or area. Before it pulled up at all doing this, it got down to 23.65. That's a nice move. Not saying you're going to get right in at the short it right at the penny and get out right at the bottom penny. I'm not saying that, but at opportunities, you probably carve out at least 50 cents, 60 cents. So yeah, so CECO Environmental hits record high on Q2 beat with biggest ever order. Biggest ever order. What if they tell you what the order was? I don't think they say exactly what the order was, but yeah, it looks good for them. I mean, now that was, excuse me. Oh, that is today. I'm sorry. There was another one that I thought first with the C, and it had a big day and a gap, and now it's trying to come back. It wasn't this one though. So this is CECO and a lifetime high. Lifetime high. And this is from Interactive Brokers. Okay, this news I use is from Interactive Brokers. Well, let's see. Well, I mean, I'm not a swing trader, as you know, but let's see the bull. Yeah, okay. I mean, looks like it did try to hold 14 at least. Now you're in a sort of a downtrend on the 5 and the 15 with the wave, but hopefully it's going to break through. The VWAP is up here, so it's far enough away. Well, guys, it's getting pretty boring now. You don't like the trade. So you're talking about your brokerage platform. Well, I'm in Canada, so I'm really limited. Okay, I mean, but I like interactive brokers. Now, whether that, I mean, I don't. If I now, what do you mean by scalping? Charles G. Phillips, I can help you. Okay, if you just give me a moment, I can definitely help you. Okay, but I like interactive brokers. But it depends what you mean. Well, but quick in and out. Why quick? What are you talking about? Taking like 10,000 shares and trying to make 2 cents? I'm just okay. Are you trying to take 10,000 shares of something and have it move 2 cents or 3 cents and get in and out with no commission? So what are you like? What do you mean by a quick in and out? Yeah. So this is not. I mean, I don't know any broker. I mean, any broker can do it, but you're up against like first of all, our scans aren't really designed for that. I'm not saying you can't do it, but that's pretty. You're up against some, the HFTs and all that. So if that's what you're really talking about, taking a whole bunch of shares and trying to make 2 or 3 cents quickly, I have no. I have no idea. I mean, I'm sure you can do it in interactive brokers. It's fast. I mean, but I don't know of a broker that is going to absolutely specialize in something like that. And it would have to be no commission. I mean, maybe somebody in the room has an idea, but you have to have a no commission broker. That's just not my trading style. Okay, I don't do that. Otherwise, I would surely try to help you, but it's not my trading style. You are welcome. And are you talking more like penny stocks underneath like less than $1? No. Okay. Okay. I'll help Charles G. Phillips in our YouTube room. So you want, okay, so you want to take, this is what you do. Okay, first of all, you can hear me and you can see what I'm going to, or you can see my screen, Charles, before I keep going. Because what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this alert window and turn it into a top list window. Um, yeah, so we are working on the TradeStation interface. I don't know when that's going to happen. But the interface, okay, let me do this first, okay? So the first thing you do, I haven't done one of these for a while, so bear with me. The first thing you do is you're going to right click on your alert window that you want to turn. Now, the reason, oh, I don't know if you can do that with a multi-strategy window. I think you have to do it each individual. I don't think you can do it with a multi-strategy window. Okay, because I don't think you can do it with a multi. Like, I'm trying to like. Are you trying to say you want to take every scan that's in the multi-strategy window and turn it into a top list window? First of all, top list windows cannot are not in. Is that what you mean? Because I don't think you can do that. You can take an individual scan and turn it into a top list window, but I don't think you can take. Pepe, I'm right? You cannot take a multi-strategy window and no, I think now I think I understand what you're trying to sort of take a multi-strategy window that is an alert that has alerts in it and create a multi-strategy window that has top lists in it. Thank you, Pepe. Is that what you're trying to do? Because you can't do that. You can't put top lists in a multi-strategy window. And Dudley, I will help you. Okay, I will help you. I'm just trying to. Okay, but you can take an alert window and turn it into a top list window. But then if you've got four alert windows, you have to do the same thing 4 times. Then you'll have four top list windows, not not all together in a multi-strategy. Yeah, you can't do it. If you're again, I have to make sure I understand. You cannot take. Imagine, okay, for instance, these are right here. these are 4 alert windows, right? I cannot take them and then put them in, like I have it here, all in one window. I cannot take them and then print top lists out of them and put the top list in one window. If that's what you're trying to do, can't do it. Okay, Dudley. So you say you're new to trade ideas. Welcome, number one. Uh, I have built a momentum scanner, but I can't seem to find where to turn it on pre-market. Okay, so there are there's a couple of things. Okay, you cannot have the relative volume. Let me break this out again. Okay, so a couple things. So if I right click on this momentum scan, click on the summary, you notice I've got something that says stocks where the relative volume is 20. So if you cannot use this filter in the pre-market. Okay, so that might be number one. Are you using that filter in the pre-market? You cannot use it in the pre-market because it'll block data coming in. So that's number one. Okay, so it's possible that in your momentum scan, now can you find your momentum scan and right click on it and then click on the summary? Are you using the relative volume filter? Yeah, the relative, yeah, I'm talking to, who am I talking to now? Dudley. Yeah, Dudley. I'm talking to you, Dudley. So if you're using the relative volume filter, and trying to get data alerts from it in the pre-market, you will not get any. So you'd have to take that out. You'd have to just like zero it. Okay, like this. Just delete it. Delete it. Just have no value there. Okay. So that's the first thing you should do, is to see if you've got that there, because that's a common, it's a common problem. People don't realize that the relative volume filter, which is a fabulous filter, doesn't. If you have it and you're using it in the pre-market, it'll block all your data, or block your getting alerts. Okay, so you have to get rid of it. Okay, now you can always, what you can do when the market opens, you can add it back. Okay, if that's what you want to do. But so when I say get rid of it, if you watch what I'm doing, I'm just, I have 20, I just delete it and then say okay. Now, what you could do is take, because I'm assuming you want your momentum scan to work with using 5 once the market opens. You could always duplicate the scan and take the relative volume out. So you could do something like this. You could take your scan and then duplicate it. And you could call it, Momo to use in pre-market as an example. And take that relative volume filter out of there. So you still have your original scan, which I'm sure you want. Then you just have another version of it without the relative volume filter. Okay, well then, if that's the case, now the other thing is, what are you looking for? Stocks making new highs, stocks making new lows in the pre-market, something like that. Because you can't, because you can, we have, if you do a search, and I'm going to type in start typing in pre. So we do have pre-market highs and pre-market lows. Those are the two alerts that you want to use if you want to see pre-market lows and pre-market highs. Okay. Okay, low float stocks. That's just, if you click on float, or if you do a search on float, and you see we have a float filter right there, float filter. So when you add the filter to it, now you put whatever max you think is the max you want. Is it 20 million? Is it 10 million? Is it 5 million in the float? That's going to be up to you, of course, what your idea of a low float is. So far, so good. Most of the things, if you're wondering, this is good, for anybody. If you're wondering if we have something, as an example, so you wanted low float stocks. So the thing to do is, with your alert window, is right click, configure, and then do a search. And then if you start typing things in like float, you'll see what sort of float filters we've got. Um, well, in my momentum scan, I think it'll work in the pre-market. Here I've got the volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal, as an example. So you could use a filter like that. I'm pretty sure it works in the pre-market. Yeah. So you click on. So I'll type in float again. Okay. So there it is. Float. There's that float in shares. I know we have other ones, but the one you want is called float. Yeah. Called float. And you highlight it. Left click on it to highlight it, and then you add the filter if you haven't already. And then, well, now it's up to you. Okay, I can't tell. You want to put a max though. If you want low float, you want to put a max number of shares in the float. So that's what I would do. I would just put whatever the maximum number of shares you want as your as a low float, be it 20 million, 10 million, 5 million, 1 million, whatever you want. You put that in the max. Well, the float works. The float works in the pre-market for sure. But it was the relative volume that you had that was blocking any data from coming in. You have to take that filter out in the if you want anything to work in the pre-market. Okay, the relative volume, you have to just delete it. Like just all I have to do is just go to the and delete it. I just hovered over the 20, hit delete. Now there's no value in there. You cannot have anything in your relative volume filter. All the other things should work. You probably don't have to do much changing. The only thing is make sure, I don't know if you're doing this, but make sure if you're looking for stocks making, pre-market highs or lows, use this filter, use this alert, okay? Pre-market highs, pre-market lows. Okay. Well, if you come back in the room tomorrow, let's see how it worked. Should work. So if you're looking for gappers, Dudley, then you put your the change from the close, whatever percent you think is a gapper. Whiskey Mike, welcome to the room. Because the gap in the pre-market is the same as the change from the close, okay? So, I mean, that's easy enough, and again, it all depends on what you consider a gapper. Is it 10% above yesterday's close, 5%, like a minimum of what percent? So are you using the change from the close as in that momentum scan? Okay, well, there you go. Watch how it works. Just watch how it works. It looks like you're set. All you had to do is just get rid of the relative volume filter. I'm talking, by the way, guys, in the main room, I'm talking to Dudley in the YouTube room. We've got two rooms going now. So, Whiskey, if you want to assess trade ideas a little bit further, I don't know if you heard me say this earlier. What I would do is this. So, if you click on my homepage link, put it underneath, click on my homepage link, and scroll down to where you see, oops, education. Okay, education. Click on the education or more info. And then you see where it says getting started with trade ideas. You don't have to be a member of Trade Ideas to access this. So this is what I would do. You don't have to look at the first one. That's how to download it. Look at the excuse me, these are all short videos. Look at the subsequent videos. This will give you an idea about what Trade Ideas is all about. And then you can hopefully make up your mind if it's a good fit to at least try us for a while. That's what I would do. They're very short videos. Okay, that's what I would do if you're trying to sort of still evaluate assessing trade ideas. That's what I would do before hopping into and the subscriptions are month to month or year. But the month to month is just month to month. You can cancel at any time. But I would look at this, first, so you have an idea about what we're all about. Well, you are sort of getting personal. I mean, it's very difficult. I know people want to talk to us over the phone. It's really hard talking over the phone, trying to, it's how much easier is it for me to demonstrate right on the screen when you're watching, okay? Rather than trying to explain over the phone what is happening and what you're trying to accomplish. I'm talking to people in our YouTube room. I mean, Trade Ideas is a great program, but obviously there is still a bit of a learning curve. But that's why we're here every day. What we can't do is teach you how to trade so much. Okay, I think that's the other thing. People think, well, I want to, show me how I can make $5,000 a day on a $10,000 account. Now, I'm exaggerating. Okay, you know, and is there any guarantee if I take your program that that's what's going to happen? I mean, I'm sort of exaggerating, but not exactly. And we have to look at people's expectations and try to be real about it. So when you say 3 hours of training, you mean 3 hours of one-on-one training or something, Charles? Talking to Charles in our YouTube room. But do they have a free room you can go to every day where they're demonstrating the software? Well, the classic, so again, I'm talking to Charles in our YouTube room. I mean, if you're saying you don't need help trading, so that means you have some kind of a plan, because that's the other thing. You always have to have some kind of a plan. What sort of a trader do you want? Are you? I mean, well, up until 2 weeks ago, I was almost exclusively a momentum trader. I would just want to see stocks near the high or low of the day, and that's it. But after having resurrected my gap continuation or reversal scan, I'm getting more in tune at looking at stocks that are gapped up and now reversing. I will take a hard look tomorrow at stocks that have gapped down and then they're reversing. So that's different for me. The the so they're not momentum stocks really anymore. Not these are more momentum stocks. I mean, these are the momentum stocks. And that's why the scan is called momentum. That doesn't mean I'm going to completely abandon this. Yeah, so as far as options are concerned, yeah, we don't scan for options, but are you aware? Oops, let me get to this. Are you are you aware of the option filters that we do have, though, Charles? I don't trade options at all, but I'm just wondering, are you aware of the option filters that we do have? So okay, I just want to make sure you do know we have option filters, not scanning for options as such, but and I'll just explain this for other people too. So by this time, again, right click configure, always do a search. Do a search. And what do we have for options? Well, let's start typing in options. Okay, so, and I understand, Charles, you're probably using this right now. This is, just general info for people. But we have some obvious ones: the put call ratio, the option volume today, put volume, and call volume today. This first one, poorly named, this is the average number of contracts over the last 10 days. Okay, last 10 days. That option volume that's on top of the option volume today. And then in conjunction with this one, the option volume today percent, these two together can show you stocks that are trading abnormally option wise. In other words, so if on average a stock was trading 5,000 contracts a day, and then you use this filter and put 300 in, which 300% ratio of 3, for you to see that stock that is traded on average 5,000 contracts a day, it will have to be trading 15,000. Okay, so at least why I use it, and this is where the combo scan comes in. Again, I'm not trading options, but this combo scan has abnormal option activity plus a 10-day daily breakout. It's a combination of two scans. Because now, when you have not, because when you look at these, it's also trading relative volume of 8, which is, very pretty significant. But look at the option volume. Not that the option volume, I mean, if I say, well, this is traded 5,500 contracts, you might go, well, is that good or bad? Well, it's 7.5 times normal. Okay, 749%. So abnormal option activity plus high relative volume, can really lead you to see stocks that are trading really abnormally. And that, as a people who are day trading, that's what you want to focus on all day. The ones that are really trading abnormally. So it's just another way using option data to find stocks that are trading abnormally. Now, some tell me that, even to trade options, at least it's telling you the stocks that are trading abnormally option wise. And if you can find a way to actually trade the option, great. There you go. There you go. So Charles is saying exactly what some people have told me. I have no personal experience with it because I don't trade options. So Charles said, it says last week found unusual option stocks like Serepta last week, SRPT. Yeah, I mean, it was going crazy last week. Option was probably even today, though. Yeah, I mean, look at this, 89,000. But again, is that abnormal? It sure is. 5.5 times normal. Yeah, so Dudley, so the question is, I have scanners set to alert me when the MACD crosses the signal line on the 5-minute candle. Yeah, so there's a couple of things that could be happening. I think there's a volume component that has to be met, but also the candle has to close. Okay. candle has to close. So if it's a very, very like this a daily candle, but if it's a very wide candle, I think the candle has to close. So you're not getting it, if that makes sense. But I also think that there's a volume component. The same thing with our SMA crossing. People that don't like it, it's been like that forever. Um, not, the company is really not prepared to do anything about that. I think that might is that does that make sense, Pepe? That number one, the candle has to close, and number two, there could be a volume component on these MACD crosses. Which in some cases it won't matter, but if obviously it's a fast moving stock, and the bar is huge on a 5 minute or whatever time frame you're using, yeah, and it has to wait to close. Well, yeah, okay, so that is my correctioner. And I think that's to prevent it from, if a stock is super active, sure, it's up here, it crosses, then it comes right back down and up and down, up and down, up and down. So, yeah, if it's a fast moving stock and the bar remains at the high of the 5 minute, yeah, it's not going to be probably worthwhile. But, stocks that are not extremely fast, it should work, reasonably well, I guess. I don't use MACD, so that's why I don't have no real experience with it. Boy, this is another good one, guys. This is not the gap. This is not the gap up. This is a gap down and go. Look at the market really. So the Dow's down a little. Sorry, the SPY's down a little. Dow's down a little bit more, 240. Boy, the Qs have been. Is that right? The Qs have been static all day, hovering right around flat from yesterday. Yeah, we do have, as you know, I mean, you've tried them. We do have the alerts, but they're just probably just not going to do exactly what you want it to do if you're looking for the instant, like the instant. See, as opposed to the new high of the day, the new high of the day is instant. But yeah, I know what you're talking about, but can't do it. Oh, off the 1 minute. If you're talking about a 1 minute, yeah. See, you have to understand also that when the company started, they they what they had two ways they could have gone. They could have said, okay, people want to create a scan. Here's a programming language you're going to have to learn. That was one way. A lot harder. The other way was to create a lot of different real-time alerts, new high, new low of the day, right at the very top, but a ton of real-time alerts and all of these different filters. Okay, so that for the majority of people, they could combine them to give them the type of scan they were looking for. But for instance, and we do get the question, well, I want the 1 minute MACD crossing over. Can't do it. They didn't create it, or the 2 minute or the three. You have to, in these cases, you have to use what we have. Okay. You can't create something. We can't create it. I mean, could they have done it way back when? Maybe. But our servers are crunching lots and lots and lots of data. My opinion is they should get rid of a lot of these. I don't mean necessarily these ones, but I think we've got too much going on. But yeah, so like at RSI, what do we have for RSI? We don't have alerts for RSI. So in other words, people say to us, "Show, I want an alert when the RSI crosses over 40." Okay, we don't have an alert for that. We have filters that can show you, look like a 1 minute, two, five, but we don't have a 20-minute RSI as an example. You can't create it out of thin air. These are the data points that you have to work with. Well, we're always looking for perfection, aren't we? All right, guys. So I am doubtful I'm going to take another trade today, but well, the balloon sure wore off quickly for the Serepta, didn't it? I mean, it's still up 16%, but this was up at 1833, and it's been not quite steady. I mean, this is the ones I really obviously, and we all should love them. The ones that just keep kind of in a trend all the way, rather than having this maybe knocking you out of the trade. Okay, guys, all I'm doing right now is just looking at a few of my thumbnail charts. You know what? Keep an eye on the LIDR. And maybe it's going to hold that four. Got wrecked yesterday because of the financing. I know, okay, again, Charles, I know you have halt and resume scanners, but do you have a halt counter on your chart? Are you talking about how many times it's been halted? Or if a stock is halted, you'll see it on our chart. But are you talking about how many times it's been halted? If that's the question, no. So, GLE was halted before. You would see up on the chart that was halted, but so I don't know exactly what you mean by a halt counter, unless you're talking about, well, how many times has a stock been halted? Oh, countdown to release. No. Now what I do, I mean, I have my time here. Most of the halts are 5 minutes long, right? So I just, I just do some quick ad. I just do the quick ad. So no, we don't have a countdown to the other reason why probably we wouldn't do that anyway, because even though most of them are 5 minutes long, some of them are not. Some of their multiples of 5, 10, 15. But I just look at my, because I have my time right there. And so if a stock were halted right now, I would just add 5 to it. I mean, the other thing you can do if you don't want to do, you could always put a price alert right on the chart, which would then tell you when it resumes trading. Put a price alert a little bit above and a little bit below the halt price because it's more than likely going to go one way or the other. And then just then your price alert window, will pop up on your screen when it starts to trade. Look at PTHL, okay? Aha, that's the one. That is so who was that earlier who had the ANPA? Are you still in the room? Was it Nayakim or uh, who has the ANPA? ANPA. Are you still in the room? Tank. That's the one. That's one of the ones I was thinking about. I mean, look what happened to it. See, it was steadily moving higher, higher. Now it had a jump here, higher, 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 and then it just got halted right up there. And when it opened down here. Oh, this is today. This is today. Excuse me. This is today. This is not one of the ones earlier. So where is that person? Where are you? Not trying to scare you, but this is what can happen. This is a China stock, okay? Thought it was Nayakim. Paging Nayakim, 2017. And then, it got halted again when it came out of the halt. And look where it could open now. Yeah, Nayakim. And there were about three others, China stocks, that did virtually the same thing. So Dudley, I am starting to. I just started yesterday. I used to do the YouTube stream for several years. I stopped because it was really taxing my computer, but I experimented yesterday, and it's all good. Anyway, for you, I get on the mic at around 9 o'clock Eastern time. Okay, and then I'm going to go to at least 2:30, but I'll always stick around if there are questions after 2:30. So we'll say 9 to 2:30. Now I do I take a break between 12 and 1, but somebody else starts a YouTube stream. Okay, so for the in YouTube for the 12 to 1 period when I take a break. So there's always something going on in YouTube from 9 to say 2:30. Naya Kim, Naya Kim, not trying to scare you, but can you see my chart here? PTHL, China stock. Okay, pretty good, pretty good, pretty good. And now look what happened. This is today. PTHL, yes, this is today. It got halted, and look. Remember now when it was up here at 31.63, it was right up here, $30, and then had a little jog down, and now look where it could open, 184. Okay, that's what we're trying to tell you. Not saying the same thing is going to happen with the ANPA, but we've seen this and this one. when Dwayne was pointing it out to me, I thought this was one of the ones previous days that I was trying to figure out. This is today, but there have been about 3 or 4 others that are virtually the same. I wish I could find the other one because the other one was just so gently moving up, no issues whatsoever, no giant ups and downs. It was just steady up, and then one day halted, and it opened I think under $1, and it was around a $40 stock. Okay, so again, we're not. I'm not trying to be a financial advisor, but just be awfully careful. Well, you don't have to pray. You can take some profit. Okay. I mean, if you got in at 10 and this is sitting at $37, I mean, seriously. Again, but I don't. My problem is that if this hits 100 tomorrow, you could sue me or something for you know what I mean. It's but we've seen it before several times with these higher priced China stocks that seem to be moving on just on vapors. They don't really have too much specific news. They're just moving. So yeah, it says volatility, but it says volatility, but obviously, I mean, it's more like a news halt. Though I don't think they're going to come up with any news. I don't think you're going to see news. So it's not a news halt in that they're going to say, "Oh well, you know what? Our news is that we're going out of business." No, but even I mean, if I look at this one, I mean, nice, 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 big pop, okay, little drop, nice, 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 like no massive clue, big pop here, but nice, 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 and then look at this, the Bear Cave Substack, okay, the Bear Cave report Substack, or in its Substack, sorry, problems at Phaeton Holdings. Yeah, well, when did they come up with that, Dwayne? Was that here? Was that at 12:25 approximately? Because is that what caused the first drop, that first little drop on the 5? Oh, pre-market. Thank you, Shady. Wow. Were they good in the pre-market to come to have that? I mean, it didn't immediately drop it. Oh man. You know what? And there were actually shares available for me at Interactive Brokers. Now, anyway, not that I want it now, but hey, Shady, how's the audio today? Now that I'm on YouTube, also devastating though, isn't it? Just devastating. Couldn't get out. I mean, it got probably was an instant beat down to 27, and then a halt, and then you can't get out. Okay, Dudley, yes. I'm answering. Yeah, we do have the consecutive candles. Yes. So, so, okay. So, are you trying to say that when you get an alert in your multi-strategy window, you want to be able to get it into your watch list? Okay, so I'm trying to figure out when you say configure is not highlighted. So, for instance, are you trying to do something like this? Imagine this was the scan. This is the scan, and when you okay, well, first of all, do you do know how to create a watch list or a symbol list? You know how to do that? Talking to Dudley in the YouTube room. Well, okay, you cannot. Okay, you have to. A watch list has to be attached to something. Okay, like a top list window or an alert window. You cannot have a watch list like just see symbols on its own. You can't change it to what you're calling a watch list. You can send the symbols to a watch list easily. Okay, you can send a symbol that you get and send it to a watch list that you created, and then assuming that watch list is attached to say a top list window that you could see then the symbols all day long if that's what you want to do. Sounds complicated. It's not complicated. It's just a couple of steps. But my question though is, have you created a watch list or a symbol list as we call it, a watch list? Have you ever created one? Okay, so then you do understand the concept of creating the watch list and then attaching it to either a top list window or an alert window. You understand? So you obviously understand that concept. So when you say this one won't let me do it, won't let you do what? I'm trying to figure out what you mean by that. Won't let you do what? Like change the symbols in the watch list or like edit the watch list or what do you mean? Are you trying to attach a watch list to a momentum scan, like to a, multi-strategy window and have it be in each one of them? Is that what you're trying to do? Okay, I think I understand. When you create a watch list, or a symbol list, yeah, there's no here are some of the symbol lists that I've got. So what are you trying to say something trying to do something like this and go, "Okay, send like, here's my watch list, send it to somewhere, attach it to some" No, that's not what you mean. Trying to figure out why configure. You're trying to. If you're trying to do the configure all right here, is that what you mean? Is grayed out in a multi-strategy in a multi-strategy window? Ah, okay. I completely understand, but are you trying to do it from a multi-strategy window or from a single? You're trying to do it from here. That you're trying to take a multi-strategy window and attach a watch list to the multi-strategy window. Is that what you're trying to do? You're the first person to ever ask that from me. I don't think you can do it. You know, you can only attach watch lists, as far as I know, to individual. You know, here's the alert window. Okay, so I want to attach. So I right click. The configure obviously is not greased out, as you call it, and then I go to symbol list, and it's a drop down, and I say, okay, only the following list, and I check it. I think that's what you're trying to do in a multi-strategy window. I don't think you can do it. Okay, I don't think you can take a. I don't think you can take a watch list and attach it to a multi-strategy window. I think you can attach it to top list windows and alert windows, but I don't see how you can attach it to a multi-strategy window. But you can definitely attach it obviously to an alert window because the configure is there and you just go to symbol list and attach it to a top list window, configure, and their symbol list again. But I don't see the option in a multi-strategy window to do that. I've never had anybody ask me that. Interesting. Yeah, because this is a multi-strategy window, so you'd have to, yeah, I mean, it looks like you'd have to do it for each individual window, like each individual scan, attach it to each individual one. You can do it? Okay, Pepe says you can do it. All right, so right click, configure all, symbol list. Why was it grayed out before for me? It was grayed out. Okay, so that's how you can do it. Why was it grayed out for me? But now it isn't. Okay, so do this one. I don't know which one it was. It was this one. Maybe because I only have one in there, and maybe that's because I unchecked it. You idiot. No, even though. Well, I guess you need at least two two scans in. So you should be able to, as Pepe is saying, you right click and you should see the configure all. As long as you have more than one alert window, which is obvious, and then configure all, edit the selected, and then yeah, you can attach symbol list, you can attach it. Apply changes to all strategies. You have to get that first, okay? You have to do that first, and then only the following list, and check it. Well, whether your symbol list is going to do that for you is another issue, Dudley. But now you have a watch list that you can attach to your multi-strategy window. Never have I done that. Well, the two things that was it you, Dudley, or somebody else? Charles or you, Dudley? Remember to take out the relative volume filter in your momentum scan for the pre-market. I can't remember if it was you or Charles. I don't remember. Great questions, though. I mean, questions I've not had in 15 years. So if you had a momentum scan and you wanted to take all of them and send them to that symbol list, you can do that. I'm assuming I haven't done this. I haven't done this either, but see how you can highlight. So if you had a momentum scan at the beginning of the day and you wanted to take those and track them all day, up to a certain time, maybe in the first 5 minutes or 3 minutes or whatever, and then you just take those, right click, and send to the symbol list that you want that is now attached. That's obviously attached. Is that something that makes sense for you to do? And you can follow. I used to do something like that, actually. I had a top list that said, okay, show me stocks that were really moving a lot in the first 2 minutes. And then I would highlight them and send them to a symbol list. I think I did that a long time ago. I'm talking years ago. And then just track those stocks all day long. The other thing you can do with a top list window, you could use a top list window, okay, to find. Let me just see if I can find that one, just out of curiosity. This window. I don't even know what I would have called it. I think I called it first 2 minutes or something like that. No, no. But if you create a top list window with the filters that you want, okay, filters, a price range, the relative volume that you want, the minimum volume that you want, and maybe you can even put in that option stuff. And because a top list window, then, show you what you can do with that. This is just a top list window. See where it says freeze? So you could run your top list window for the first 2 minutes or whatever you want, and then freeze it. So you don't have to madly panic and try to. You just freeze it, and then that'll stop it. Then you can, at your leisure, copy the signals or highlight them, and then send them to the symbol list you want. That might be something you might want to try. And I understand. First of all, this is you've been given a lot of information, but that's why we're here. You come back and say, "How did you do that freeze again?" And yeah, I used to do that. I used to just want to follow those stocks in the first 2 minutes, which were trading super abnormally. But that's years and years ago. Look at Sofi. Oh, another gap up and reversal. Wow. Well, at least Dudley, it sounds like you kind of know what you want, though. I mean, a lot of people don't have a clue what they want, and when they look at trade ideas, they look at all these filters and all these real-time alerts, and they go, "Oh, I don't know. I don't know what I want. I have no idea how to use it because I don't know what I want. They have no plan." And one of the things we always encourage people to do is to practice trading first. We've got the simulator here, uses our real-time data. You need our standard program, and then you can practice trading, and it uses again our real-time data. So if I wanted to take STAI as an example, loads here. There's your bid ask. Let's just do it. Take 500 shares. Oops, it's a drop down. Sorry, it's a drop down. You can obviously put what you want in, send it. Now I'm in the trade. Okay, now you can practice trading to see if what you're trying to do makes sense. Even if this is great for somebody who's never traded before, but even if you have traded before and you're wondering, I wonder if this strategy would work or this idea would work. Well, you can take the trades in the simulator. Yeah, and to get out of a trade, so if I were in a series of trades in the simulator, I would just highlight the one I want to get out of and flatten it. I'll keep now if I don't get out of this trade at the end of the day, by the end of the day, it carries over. So you can practice swing trading also using the simulator. Again, it's using our real-time data. And you can see right on the chart, it's telling me what's happening. I'm down $5, down $4, I'm flat. Boy, Sofi is just really giving it up, guys. Low of the day now. Another great one from the gap up and reverse. It was later on, though. It was later on in the day. The earlier ones were awesome also, but that's what I was saying. Later on in the day, maybe the trend gets a little even more established. Now people are just saying, you know what? I don't want to be in this anymore. Well, I remember you're talking about the LNG. I do remember you talking about it yesterday, Tank, Mr. Majestic. I do recall you're talking about it. So for that reason, I'll give you a pass. Now let's talk about LIDR. You got to take the good with the bad. But at least it's trying to hold 4. It looks like it's trying to hold 4. Maybe it can be maybe a bit of a launching pad from 4. Yeah, so Dudley's, I'm going to be using Lightspeed Broker. Not sure if it can integrate or if it's even necessary. It's not. It is not necessary. Okay. Trade Ideas is a scanner. It's a standalone program. I'm talking in general to people who don't know all this. It's a standalone program. Now, we happen to be able to, using our external linking, we can link with many brokers. Lightspeed, I'm pretty sure. In fact, I think we're sort of trying to deal with them again. We used to have a deal with them years and years and years ago. But this is what I mean by linking. It just means that when I click on a symbol, it loads into my broker platform. So, somebody like myself who is clicking on many symbols all day long, it'd be a real pain if I had to type the symbol in. So it's a tremendous time saver for me and for anybody else who's clicking on symbols. And we link with many brokers like that. Okay. So again, when I click on a symbol right in any symbol anywhere in Trade Ideas, it loads right into my order entry in Interactive Brokers, and from there I trade it. Okay. Now we do have sort of a special arrangement with Interactive Brokers, E-Trade, and Alpaca that you can actually trade from within Trade Ideas using Brokers Plus. Okay, but it's not necessary to do it. It's not necessary. I've never done it. Um, maybe too old school. I'm so used to just trading from within IB. I'm comfortable trading within IB, but there are some people who use this because you see, we do attach to Interactive Brokers, E-Trade, and Alpaca. So you could trade from within using this if you wanted to. I've just really not really seen the need to do it. Also, I used to show the simulator a lot more. I did not want to get into a situation in which I'm toggling between the simulator and my live account. I got to have real good concentration to do something like that. And talking in a room is not that. So that's why I decided there's no way would I, where is it? Do I want to start toggling between my live account? Because my live account and the simulated account, do I want to do that? No. And integrate, and again, when you say integrate, attaching external linking to a broker, a lot of times, let me ask the question to Chris, because I think he was talking to Lightspeed the other day. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. Because Lightspeed, we used to have an arrangement with them long, long time ago. Right? My guess can. It's just a matter of finding out where the link is. You might have to run Trade Ideas and Lightspeed run as administrator. Well, I I let me see if we external link to TradeStation. I'm just asking Chris. He has a lot more experience in this than I do. Mainly because I don't have access. I'm in Canada, and I don't have access to most of these, so I couldn't even start a demo and try. Okay, yes, you do. Okay, so then. So that means you can establish a link to TradeStation. I know we're talking to TradeStation also. Yeah, okay. So as long as it's a downloadable application, which I think obviously TradeStation is, and also Lightspeed, then we can link with them. Chris is saying have to start both Trade Ideas and the target program by right clicking and running as administrator, and then you build the link. So it is possible. But if you're talking about using TradeStation right now and trading from within TradeStation using, um, like, in other words, or having you link to TradeStation like this. No, we can't do it yet. I don't, and again, I don't know. I don't want to lead you on. I don't know when or if. This is right now who we can link with, Interactive Brokers. Linking meaning using this, okay? I always want to have to reiterate, doesn't mean you can't use another broker using trade ideas. It just means, if you thought this was, something that you wanted to use, then it has to be with Interactive Brokers, E-Trade, or Alpaca. But it's not necessary. It's completely not necessary. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, there is a way, but again, it only with those three brokers right now, Charles. Okay. Trade ticket, and you can do this. This is paper trading, but you can actually, but not with, but only with those three brokers. It's not that we don't want to have like every broker out there, but it's just that, the brokers typically don't care about us. They don't care about trying to work with us and with the API and all. Yeah, yeah, but define soon, Pepe. Well, you know what? We're actually getting. I hate to say it, we're getting closer to the end of the year, 2028. 'Cause I know Steve. He said maybe by towards the end of the year. I hate to say that we're getting towards the end of the year. Seems like the summer is flowing by. By Saturday would be great. Yeah, that is not going to happen. Exactly. Not if all hands are on the money machine. No, he's just kidding. Well, he may not be kidding, but I think he's just being facetious. All right, guys. Wow, it's 2:33 already. So again, I'll hang around if there are any other questions. If not, I will head out. And again, both rooms have to be closed. Yeah, you can link to Thinkorswim. You can link. Now, again, linking Pedro, great picture. Um, Again, using our external linking tool, you can link to Thinkorswim, but you've got to run both Trade Ideas and Thinkorswim in administration mode. I think, Pepe, you use Thinkorswim, right? But you said you had problems sometimes, but as far as I know, you can do it. You're welcome, Dudley. Appreciate that, Bambino. Well, here's another really, the problem is that I don't want to get overwhelmed by all the alerts. Okay, but I mean there have been some spectacular ones on the gap down in reverse, and the gap up in reverse. Okay, so I'll have to see what happens tomorrow. Tomorrow is Wednesday. Yeah, so we'll still have a lot of earnings plays. Remember, I was saying yesterday that, let's see if I'm right. Yeah, look at this. Yesterday, when I did this one, there was only a few. I said tomorrow. Now, remember, I'm talking on Monday. wouldn't be able to fit all of the earnings plays on my monitor. Look at that. Look how many earnings plays there are. And there are more. Remember, these are with my filters. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, Pepe, you said that you had problems sometimes blinking. I think it's something to do with a little chart and focus or some crazy thing. It's not. Yeah, Pedro. Unfortunately, I don't have Think or Swim. Never have. But I think it's something about you have to make sure you don't lose focus. Is that right, Pepe? Have you contacted Chris at all, Pedro? Okay, you had quick charts in your layout, which you wanted to have, obviously. So is it a hassle to not have them? Okay, so there you go. So Pedro, and Pepe really knows his stuff. Do you have the quick charts in your layout, in your Thinkorswim layout? Okay, so most use maybe that's your issue. So get rid of the quick charts. Okay, so that I guess is the answer. You know, I mean, if having quick charts is mandatory to your trading, then you know, as Pepe was saying, and Pepe really knows his stuff. He doesn't work for Trade Ideas, but he knows his stuff. Yeah, answer that one, Pepe. Okay, guys. Well, I don't see any other questions. I think I will take off. It is now 2:40. I'll hang around another minute or so. So if I'll just preface, sorry guys, you know, I left yesterday in a flash because we had the people who were doing all this extensive work in our complex, and they were staining the front door. We had to have the front door open, and I had to keep an eye on the cat. And all of a sudden, I couldn't find the cat who will, you know, leave. And so, in a panic, that's why I had to shut down immediately. Normally, I say thank you for all the help all day long. Very much appreciated. The room will open there now. The main room will actually open at 7:30 Eastern time. You know, I won't get on the mic until 9 o'clock for YouTube or the main room. But for those of you who are in YouTube, I mean, if you wanted to come in earlier into what the main room looks like, okay, I can give you a link. You can come in at 7:30 approximately. Chris Varley, Great Ideas, will open the room at around 7:30 Eastern time. And again, why don't I do it? That's because I live in Vancouver, Canada, on the West Coast. So time zone not conducive for my opening the room at that time. But I think this link works. And so if you wanted to come into, actually, if you save my homepage link, I think somewhere my homepage is the trading room link. This is for people in YouTube, okay? Yeah, I think you have to click on the, oh, here it is. Okay, right there. So if you save my homepage, you have to do it every day, okay? But you just save my homepage link, and there's the trading room. So only for those of you who are in YouTube and you want to come in earlier, I know you can stay in the room, of course, all day. You don't have to leave. If you're looking for a little more interaction among traders, you can come into the main room. Otherwise, you can just stay in YouTube. That's fine. All right, guys, I don't see any questions, so I think that's it. So I will end the stream in YouTube. I will end the stream in the main room. So ending it in YouTube right now.